Welcome back to Nature Moment. In the heart of Namibia's blazing desert lies a seemingly surreal wonder. A vast salt pan stretching all the way to the horizon, like a white mirror reflecting the harsh beauty of nature. This place, which seems barren and lifeless, is actually the only breeding ground for nearly 1 million flamingos, graceful dancers adorned in vibrant pink feathers. They only appear when heavy rains pour down on South Africa, creating a rare, magnificent, and almost mythical natural spectacle. Not only is it home to flamingos, but Etosha is also a mystical sanctuary for African rhinos. When night falls under the quiet moonlight, ancient shadows silently appear by the puddles, seeking a bit of coolness in a land parched to its very limits. The indigenous Ovambo people call this place Etosha, which means the Great White Land, a name that evokes a sense of purity and breathtaking grandeur. Protected since 1907, Etosha National Park is not only one of the oldest reserves on the African continent, but also a symbol of enduring efforts to preserve wildlife on the frontier between life and death. Before you immerse yourself in the white canvas of Etosha, where every sound tells a story of survival, please let us know where you're tuning in from. Welcome to Wild Etosha, where nature calls out from the heart of the wilderness. These places Namibia's hidden gem. Etosha is home to the Big Four: African elephants, lions, leopards, and black rhino. Majestic herds of elephants roam across the sun-scorched grasslands, their long trunks reaching out in search of traces of moisture, drifting over the parched earth. The lions silently followed the distant tracks of the antelopes, weaving through the dusty fields as if hunting in complete silence. The leopard lay hidden in the low grass, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In 2024, Namibia faced its most severe drought in a century, causing a significant decline in water resources at Etosha National Park. Hippos, creatures deeply connected to aquatic environments, are now left stranded in hardened mud pits, their skin cracked under the scorching sun. The herds of blue wildebeest and plain zebras steadily make their way across what seems like an endless journey in search of water, guided by their instincts for survival and hope. By early 2025, the rains finally returned, bringing a glimmer of hope and joy to the parched land. Animals such as giraffes, antelopes, and even rare species like black-faced impalas quickly take advantage of this moment to graze and breathe in the fresh life that is just beginning to emerge across the grasslands. This revival reawakens the entire ecosystem, setting the stage for the next hunting journey of the predators. Located in northern Namibia, about 310 miles from the capital city of Windhoek, a vast wilderness stretches out like a great sanctuary in the heart of the expansive African continent. That's Etosha National Park, where the sun scorches the earth by day, and at night, the sky comes alive with millions of stars, like an endless, sparkling tapestry of the universe. Covering an area of 8,600 square miles, this park stands as one of the largest nature reserves on the continent. A vibrant, beating heart in the middle of Africa, preserving some of the most precious natural and wildlife treasures. Here, life and death intertwine in a never-ending dance, where every step tells a remarkable story of survival amid the harshness of nature. Stretching across the vast wilderness south of the Sahara Desert, deep within the semi-arid region of northern Namibia, Atoan emerges, like a shimmering remnant of an ancient freshwater lake. About 10 million years ago, geological shifts caused the land to sink, forming a closed basin, a drainage system with no outlet to the sea. Back then, the Kudu River meandered into this vast lake, creating a rich freshwater ecosystem in the heart of Africa. However, the river does not stay in that position forever. The gradual geological uplift has progressively transformed the landscape, slowly shifting the flow of the Kudu River toward the Atlantic Ocean. As time passed, the lake gradually dried up, leaving behind layers of salt, clay, and scorched sand under the harsh sunlight. As a result, the Itai was formed, covering about 1,850 square miles and making up nearly a quarter of the national park's area. The climate at Etosha National Park is harsh but distinct. The dry season lasts from May to October, with daytime temperatures ranging from 77 to 86 DGF, while at night it can get as cold as below 50 DGF. In stark contrast, the rainy season, from November to April, brings precious drops of water to the cracked earth of the Etosha Pan, creating small ponds that attract tens of thousands of water birds to gather. Under that vast sky, more than 114 species of mammals live together in this confined space. Especially with over 340 species of birds, Etosha is truly a paradise for nature lovers and bird-watching enthusiasts. In addition, more than 110 species of reptiles and 16 species of amphibians have been recorded, each perfectly adapted to the semi-arid climate and the rare temporary water sources found here. When the Atoan Lake dries up, leaving only a cracked salt crust under the blazing sun, the entire northern region of Namibia enters the harshest season of the year. From May to October, the dry season envelops the national park, leaving behind nothing but dust, scorching sunlight, and an unchanging struggle for survival. A cycle that nature repeats in its own rhythm. Daytime temperatures this season typically range from 95 to 118 DFF, creating an extremely hot and dry environment. Natural water sources are gradually disappearing from the landscape. Even the puddles from last season's rain have gradually evaporated under the relentless heat of the sun, leaving behind only a few scattered drops of water. Most of the remaining water spots are man-made ponds, or small puddles sustained by groundwater. When water becomes scarce, the struggle for survival among species reaches its most intense phase, forcing the entire ecosystem to employ every survival strategy in the harshness of nature. During Itoya's harsh, dry seasons, herbivores are forced to gather around the few remaining sources of water. This concentrated presence has unintentionally created a dangerous playground for predators, turning those areas into an unwanted but inevitable feast. The delicate balance between predator and prey, between survival and loss, seems to reach its peak in the endless cycle of the arid wilderness. During that time, Ocalquejo became the perfect destination for anyone looking to explore the unique biodiversity of this region. Located about 10.5 miles from the Anderson Gate, Ocalquejo is famous for its artificial waterhole, which is illuminated around the clock, allowing visitors to observe wildlife year-round. Here we can admire the black rhinoceros, a symbol of Africa's strength. With a muscular body reaching up to 5 feet tall and weighing over 3,000 pounds, the black rhinoceros is not an easy opponent to defeat. Their 2 horns continue to grow throughout their lives, serving not only as a means of self-defense, but also playing a crucial role in fierce battles with others of their kind to establish territory and social status. Although they are called black rhinos, their skin is actually ash gray and sometimes turns brown due to dust or mud after they roll around to relax, a habit that helps cool their bodies and protect them from parasites during scorching hot days. The main difference between black rhinos and white rhinos is their diet. White rhinos primarily graze on grass, while black rhinos are skilled browsers with highly flexible, pointed upper lips, almost like a finger, that allow them to easily pluck tender leaves from thorny bushes. Another important advantage is their ability to survive for several days without drinking water, as they absorb most of their moisture from plants, an extremely valuable trait in this arid environment. However, the dry season remains a constant challenge. When the ground cracks from dryness and the small rain puddles disappear, artificial waterholes like the one at Okauquejo become the last refuge for all living creatures. Under the dim lights illuminating the lake, the silhouette of a black rhinoceros slowly emerged as night fell. The massive body moves toward the water, ears swiveling to catch every sound, nose inhaling the scent of old footprints. A quiet yet determined act of claiming territory in the shared wilderness. Notably, black rhinos are typically solitary in the wild. But here, under the lights and the harshness of nature, they are forced to share their space with many other species, creating a strange yet harmonious community in the world of wildlife. As of 2023, Namibia is home to more than 2,200 black rhinos, accounting for the majority of the remaining global population. This stands as a testament to successful conservation efforts and highlights the critical role this region plays in ensuring the survival of these magnificent creatures. Okauquejo is not only a gathering place for many species, but also a vibrant symbol of the connection between nature and humanity. Here, life seems to dance in every moment, between the scorching heat of the day and the coolness of the night. A moving symphony of survival in the wild. One-third of all animal species across Africa are concentrated in Etosha National Park, with this park alone accounting for more than 70% of that number. However, this dense concentration also leads to an increasing risk of poaching. Despite being strictly protected by dedicated patrol teams, advanced technologies such as GPS tracking, surveillance drones, and even horn removal to prevent illegal hunting, black rhinos still face a challenge greater than the forces of nature: the boundless ambition of humans. On the arid plains of Okauquejo, the heavy yet steady footsteps of the herd of blue wildebeest echoed like the lively beat of a drum. The average height of a blue antelope is about 4 feet 1 inch, and it typically weighs around 440 pounds. Their bodies are muscular and well-toned, covered in a shimmering silver-grey coat that glimmers with hints of blue in the sunlight. Accentuated by a long black mane and a thick beard on the chin, they have a rugged and unmistakably resilient appearance. Despite their large size, blue wildebeests are far from slow. In critical situations, they can accelerate up to 50 miles per hour. A remarkable survival skill in the Etosha Desert, where predators are always lurking nearby. This species of antelope lives in herds, ranging from a few dozen to several thousand individuals. And this social behavior plays a key role in shaping the unique ecosystem of the Okok-Wejo region. They are specialized herbivores, preferring to graze on short, rapidly growing grass that springs up after each rainfall. The digestive system of the blue wildebeest is highly specialized, allowing it to efficiently process coarse, nutrient-poor grasses, an ideal adaptation for the harsh dry season months, when food sources become much scarcer and more withered. At Okok-Wejo, the artificial waterholes serve as a lifeline throughout the harsh dry season, becoming a daily gathering spot for herds of blue antelope. They usually appear in the early morning or late afternoon, wisely avoiding the scorching midday sun when temperatures can exceed 113 degrees Fahrenheit. The air here remains still and heavy, and groups of antelopes approach the watering hole with cautious movements, their ears perked up to listen, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, a mix of vigilance and urgency in their demeanor. A gentle swish of the tail. A short roar from deep in the throat. These are all subtle signals, quietly keeping the herd connected and united in that tense, silent moment. With their large numbers and constant movement in search of fresh grass, blue wildebeest herds help prevent ground vegetation from becoming overgrown or depleted. Their continuous grazing allows plants to thrive again after each rainy season, helping to maintain a sustainable ecological balance. As a result, many smaller creatures, from insects to birds, also benefit directly from the freshness and diversity of the habitat. This demonstrates the close interconnectedness of living organisms in nature and highlights the vital importance of protecting every individual within this community of wildlife. A simple yet deeply meaningful behavior, the blue wildebeest, Conochaetes taurinus, not only survives but also thrives in the healthy, dynamic ecosystem that it helps sustain. However, the most important biological characteristic shaping the behavior of the blue wildebeest, their migration, is increasingly being disrupted on a large scale across Africa. They come discretionary, they plan, they work. The causes stem from artificial barriers, such as road systems and land development activities that reduce their living space. In the Etosha region, migratory behavior still exists, but it is increasingly restricted as their habitat continues to shrink significantly. A study published in early 2024 warned that wildebeest herds, confined to smaller areas, are beginning to show signs of declining genetic diversity. This loss will make it harder for them to adapt to future environmental changes, such as prolonged droughts and climate change. The wildebeest is a seasonal breeder, typically mating right after the rainy season, when the lush vegetation reaches its peak nutritional value. After a pregnancy of about 8.5 months, the female gives birth to a single offspring. An incredible characteristic is that most newborns can stand up within minutes after birth, and just a few hours later, they are able to run with the herd. This is an intelligent biological design that enables them to survive in harsh environments where threats can arise at any moment. Moving alongside the herds of blue wildebeest are often plain zebras, leisurely making their way to the scarce water sources scattered across the vast savanna. Amidst the scorched grasslands and cracked earth, the presence of zebras is like a gentle melody, spreading through the monotone rhythm of the dry season. The plain zebra is medium-sized compared to other wild-hoofed animals in Africa, standing about 4.3 feet tall at the shoulder and weighing up to 770 pounds when fully grown. Their most recognizable feature is their alternating black and white striped coat, with each individual having a unique stripe pattern, much like a one-of-a-kind biological fingerprint. These stripes not only help regulate body temperature by promoting airflow across the skin's surface, but also help confuse predators by creating a visual distraction when zebras run together in a herd. At Etosha, especially around the Okawejo waterhole, plain zebras live in a social structure known as a harem, a small group consisting of a dominant male, several females, and their offspring. These harem groups often gather into larger herds, especially during the dry season, when the urgent need for water and food drives them to move together. The plain zebra is a strict herbivore that primarily feeds on fresh, short grasses. This choice not only allows them to make use of available nutrients, but also helps reduce competition with other herbivores in the ecosystem, contributing to balance and maintaining biodiversity in their habitat. Right after brief rain showers, the plain zebras quickly appear, taking advantage of the sunlight and just enough water to graze on the fresh green grass. This grazing habit makes them extremely important ecological regulators, as they clear away old or overgrown vegetation, creating favorable conditions for new plants and grasses to sprout and thrive. This process not only sustains vitality, but also maintains ecological balance for the entire population of plants and animals in the area. Zebras are also highly adept at adapting to weather cycles. They can temporarily stop grazing if necessary to preserve young grass for the next season. demonstrating their close connection with the ecosystem. One of the most important survival behaviors of plain zebras is their seasonal migration. Depending on changes in climate and grassland conditions, herds of zebras can travel up to 680 miles each year in search of food and water. However, in Etosha National Park, this phenomenon is no longer as consistent as it used to be. Scientists have discovered a unique form of migration called partial migration, in which only a portion of the herd chooses to move, while the others decide to stay near permanent water sources, such as Ovambo. This not only reflects the species' adaptability to changing environments, but is also a consequence of external factors, such as fences, roads, and the increased risk of disease outbreaks like anthrax, which tend to become more common during the dry season. Even more interesting, the phenomenon of partial migration creates a diverse ecological pattern, helping zebra populations maintain their adaptability and avoid the risk of local extinction. As of early 2025, the wild plains zebra population is estimated to range from 150,000 to 250,000 mature individuals. Although it has not yet been classified as an endangered species, its population has decreased by about 25% since the 1990s due to habitat loss and illegal hunting. The declining population has alarmed conservationists, especially as zebra migration corridors are increasingly fragmented by urban development projects and agricultural expansion. In addition, isolating populations also reduces genetic diversity, making the species more vulnerable to climate change and disease. To ensure long-term sustainability, it is essential to restructure conservation areas, protect migration corridors, and strengthen anti-poaching programs, while also raising awareness about conservation among surrounding communities. Herds of zebras gather around the shallow watering holes, but before they can enjoy a moment of rest, the piercing gaze of a lion flashes from the darkness. At Ovambo, where the scorching heat reaches 118 degrees Fahrenheit, the silent yet cunning battle between predator and prey unfolds. During the dry season, Ovambo becomes a crossroads of life and death, where all cycles of existence intertwine, forcing animals to gather around a single, steadily dwindling water source. Crowding increases, both vigilance and the risk of being preyed upon. To cope, the pride of lionesses was forced to change their tactics. Instead of simply chasing, they switched to ambushing. They make use of every patch of parched, low grass, old mound of earth, and even the shifting shadows cast by the crescent moon to conceal themselves, demonstrating a remarkable ability to adapt to their environment. A lioness usually moves to the front of the herd to attract attention, while the other members quietly attack from behind, forming a tight circle to ensure a higher chance of success. A single strike can mean the difference between life and death, reflecting the intense tension of life in the wild. From the watchful eyes stalking their prey to advanced hunting techniques, this is not just a test of physical strength, but also a battle of wits between the two sides, where instinct and exceptional experience reign supreme. This delicate balance between prey and predator keeps the delta ecosystem healthy, serving as a reminder that every human action today can trigger unpredictable changes in this intricate natural world. When the distance narrowed to less than 100 feet, the tension started rising with every passing second. A low crouch to get ready, then an explosive burst. The savanna grassland suddenly burst into life, with every blade of grass trembling from the relentless mist pounces. With a powerful leap, the lion sprang onto its prey's back, slammed it to the ground with its massive weight, and finished it off with a firm bite to the neck. A fully grown lion with a muscular build, broad chest, powerful front legs, and sharp teeth can take down prey that weighs twice as much as its own body weight. However, the success rate of lions hunting in the wild is only about 20 to 25%, which is much lower than many people might imagine. Throughout the week, the pride of lions must carry out several successful hunts to ensure a steady food supply for the entire group, especially for the younger members who are not yet able to hunt on their own. In the scorching heat of the Namibian desert, they spend most of their time, about 21 hours a day, resting and conserving energy to prepare for nighttime hunts. That's a smart survival strategy, because only in the dark can their hunting skills be used to their fullest potential. Unlike most other members of the cat family, lions are social animals that live in groups called prides. A pride typically consists of related females, along with one or a few adult males. The role of the offspring is very important. They maintain order, care for the young, and do most of the hunting. Meanwhile, males with thick, dark manes, an imposing appearance, and a roar that can be heard up to 5 miles away, not only mark their territory, but also send a clear message to any potential intruders, warning them to stay away. Mid the hazy dust of the savannah, the deep, resonant roar of a lion echoes through the Okaukue night, a silent reminder of the sacredness of life. But in order to sustain that life, every creature must constantly struggle, becoming a part of the miraculous design woven by the Creator. In the wild, every hunt is more than just a game of survival. It's a testament to adaptation, unity, and the innate intelligence of nature. Are you as impressed by lions, the symbol of strength and strategy, as we are? If you agree, leave the number 8 in the comments to join the nature-loving community in spreading that courageous spirit. Don't forget to subscribe to and share the Nature Moment channel, where the most moving moments of the natural world are authentically captured and brought to life to inspire you. Every time we gain a deeper understanding of nature, we take a step closer to living in greater harmony and responsibility with our planet. From nature's perspective, there are no heroes or villains, only sacred instincts bestowed for survival and growth. Under the brilliant golden light of the last dry season's sunset, each step of the African elephants stirs up a delicate veil of dust across the semi-arid plateau. Male elephants, standing up to 13 feet tall at the shoulder and weighing as much as 16,500 pounds, are the largest land animals on Earth. However, their grandeur does not take away from their serene elegance and profound majesty. From its large, sail-like ears that fan out wide, to its long, flexible trunk that can gently pluck small branches or draw in several gallons of water in just a few seconds, every detail showcases a perfect combination crafted by nature. The gracefully curved tusk, one of the most distinctive features, serves not only as a useful tool for self-defense, but also gives elephants their unmistakable majestic appearance in the regions where they live, especially in Etosha, a little-known yet mysterious area of the African continent. In areas where essential minerals are lacking, elephants' tusks are usually smaller than those of individuals in East or Central Africa. As such. But on that never-ending journey for survival, elephants have never been alone. Each herd of elephants is considered a special family, led by an experienced female elephant known as the matriarch, the one who holds the longest and deepest memories. She is the one who remembers the locations of seasonal water sources, the safe paths, and how to avoid enemies, both predators and humans. The social structure, led by the matriarch, is not simply based on instinct, but is also passed down through behavior, memory, and practical observation. This creates a form of learning that goes far beyond the natural abilities animals are typically born with. She is not just a leader, she is also a treasure trove of survival knowledge passed down through generations. When the dry season arrives, Etosha's natural landscape becomes more unforgiving than ever. Natural lakes are drying up, vegetation is withering, and the land is cracking from lack of moisture, forcing herds of elephants to embark on journeys of dozens of miles each day in search of water and food. In the Okaukwa'o area, fortunately, the man-made waterholes maintained year-round have become ideal gathering spots where herds of elephants can drink, wade in the mud to cool off, spray water onto their backs, or use their trunks to toss mud onto their skin to protect themselves from the sun and ward off bothersome insects. A testament to their ability to care for themselves and adapt in a harsh environment. The diet of African elephants is entirely plant-based. An adult elephant can consume up to 330 pounds of food and drink, as much as 26 gallons of water each day. They prefer grasses, leaves, bark, and occasionally fallen fruit. With their enormous nutritional needs, elephants don't just eat, they also serve as true ecological engineers. By breaking through dense undergrowth, knocking down small trees, and creating pathways through thick vegetation, elephants open up space that makes it easier for many other animal species to move and thrive. At the same time, seeds from various plant species are dispersed across the grasslands through elephant dung, helping to sustain and promote the plant life cycle within the ecosystem. Although elephants do not migrate over long distances like antelopes or zebras, they still move according to seasonal cycles. Under the leadership of the matriarch, the herd of elephants chooses areas where tree roots thrive based on rainfall, the presence of groundwater, and the health of the vegetation. Long-term memory allows them to return to lakes they visited many years ago, even when the surrounding landscape has changed. The lives of African elephants are full of challenges, even though their average lifespan in the wild ranges from 60 to 70 years. Illegal poaching for ivory, habitat loss due to human expansion, and direct conflicts with local communities continue to threaten the survival of these gentle animals, causing elephant populations to decline drastically. The latest reports have shown that the dangers facing African elephants are continuously increasing, demanding that we act quickly and effectively to conserve them and maintain the ecological balance in the places where these silent engineers of the wilderness still exist. Strong, vibrant, and full of life. As of 2024, the population of wild African elephants is estimated to range from 350,000 to 500,000 individuals. In Namibia, especially in the northwest regions, such as the Etosha Pan, meticulous conservation efforts have helped maintain a stable elephant population. The secret to success lies in a strict monitoring system, armed ranger patrols, and conservation facilities at vital water sources like Okwakuesho, a precious sanctuary in the heart of the arid desert. These actions not only protect elephants, but also demonstrate a deep commitment to the biodiversity of this region. In Etosha National Park, it's not just the giant African elephants that rule the land. This place is also home to another heavyweight, not a mammal, but the world's largest bird, the ostrich. Under the blazing sun, as the Atto ground cracks and bears the marks of time, the African ostrich confidently strides between the few remaining dried-up water sources. Although it can't fly, this remarkable bird has adapted perfectly to semi-desert environments thanks to its long legs, impressive speed, and extraordinary endurance. They can reach heights of up to 9 feet, well beyond the reach of most predators. In dangerous situations, a powerful kick from strong legs can inflict serious injuries on an attacker. However, the ostrich's most powerful weapon is its speed. With the ability to run at speeds of up to 43 miles per hour, they are true long-distance runners of the arid grasslands, where the horizon seems to stretch on forever. Despite their large size and self-defense abilities, ostriches still rely on group living strategies to increase their chances of survival. During the dry season, they often travel in herds of 5 to more than 50 individuals, searching together for water and food to nourish themselves. As an omnivorous animal, the ostrich has adapted to a diverse diet that includes dry leaves, seeds, roots, insects, and even animal carcasses. When water becomes scarce, they switch to eating moisture-rich plants. And thanks to their highly efficient digestive system, they can survive for long periods without drinking water, absorbing and retaining moisture directly from their food. At Okauqueho, where precious water is pumped into artificial reservoirs, ostriches often gather with other herbivores. However, this is not a safe place to rest. It's the heart of a tense battle for survival, with predators constantly lurking nearby. In such a perilous environment, ostriches have the largest eyes of any land animal, with a diameter of up to 2 inches, allowing them to detect even the slightest movements from a distance, and sense danger earlier than most other species. It is this keen sense of observation that is the key to their survival in the harsh challenges of the wild. During mating season, their vigilance and survival skills are taken to a whole new level, reflecting both the harshness and the breathtaking beauty of Africa's wild nature. The ostrich's behavior becomes more lively against the arid backdrop of the semi-desert landscape. The males typically select an open patch of land to perform their distinctive courtship display. They shake their heads vigorously, stretch their necks, and then stomp their feet forcefully, kicking up clouds of dust. If the female accepts, she will lay her eggs in a shallow nest that the male has skillfully dug right on the ground. Each nest can hold up to 60 eggs, with each egg weighing about 3 pounds, larger than a baseball. In the harsh conditions of Etosha, these eggs become an enticing meal for predators. That's why both the mother and father take turns guarding the nest, even though ground temperatures can soar above 122 degrees. The existence of the two-to ostrich serves as vivid evidence of extraordinary adaptability on the semi-arid grasslands. In a world where speed, alertness, and social coordination are key to survival, this bird is constantly racing against death, preserving the primal heartbeat of Africa. Theo. The water in the Halali area is the lifeblood for a wide variety of wildlife here. With its dense vegetation and rugged terrain, this area becomes an ideal hunting ground at night for predators. The soft lighting around the Halali waterholes allows visitors to observe nighttime animal activity without scaring them away, providing an authentic and peaceful safari experience right in the heart of Etosha's wild nature. As the surface of Halali Lake began to reflect the golden sunset, the rhythm of the forest gently shifted. From the scattered tree canopies and rugged limestone terrain, the greater Kudu antelope quietly emerged. With their large build, adult males can reach up to 5.4 feet at the shoulder and weigh between 595 and 695 pounds. They are among the largest antelopes in Africa. But that size doesn't make them clumsy. The long, spiraled horns, which can reach up to about 4 feet, serve both as formidable weapons and as their most recognizable feature. Unlike herd-dwelling species such as blue wildebeest or plains zebra, greater kudus primarily live in small, socially flexible groups, usually consisting of just 6 to 10 individuals, with males often roaming alone. It must be said that it is the combination of strength, agility, and clever tactics that has enabled the greater kudu to survive in harsh natural environments. They don't just rely on their ability to run fast or evade predators, but also on their subtle communication skills within small groups to warn each other of danger. Further proof of the diversity and complexity of Africa's wild animal kingdom. The journey of exploring this place is not just about observing the lives of animals, but also about experiencing the rhythm of the wild and feeling every heartbeat of the vast natural world. During the breeding season, large kudus often gather in small groups or only join temporarily, which helps minimize the risk of being detected by predators in environments that lack shade and dense vegetation for complete concealment. To adapt to the harsh conditions of the dry season, they adjust their daily routines, becoming most active in the early morning and late afternoon, while spending most of the remaining time resting in the shade and chewing their cud to conserve water and energy. Their diet isn't limited to just leaves. It's incredibly diverse, thanks to their flexible snouts and ability to reach mid-level foliage. They also enjoy fruits, young shoots, and even patches of tender grass when available. The survival of the greater kudu depends not only on its diverse diet, but also on its exceptionally keen senses. Long ears constantly listen for even the slightest sounds, helping them detect danger very early. When they sense a threat, they usually sit still and silent, blending seamlessly into their surroundings with their distinctive striped fur, perfectly camouflaging themselves among the rocky forest and surrounding bushes. But if chased, a kudu can leap as high as 10 feet, easily clearing fences or thorny bushes as if gravity doesn't affect it, quickly putting distance between itself and its predators. As the gentle footsteps of the kudu echoed in the sunset, the space seemed so still that even the sound of falling leaves resonated across the pale limestone ground. At this very moment, the jaguar, the master predator, cloaked in darkness, silently emerges, its eyes tracking every movement, preparing for a life-or-death battle of wits between instinct and survival. Here, the fragile relationship between hunter and prey is vividly portrayed in every second of silence. Jaguars typically weigh between 68 and 159 pounds for males and 45 to 95 pounds for females. They have bodies that are strong enough to take down prey, yet compact and agile enough to move easily through the lowland forests and rugged limestone terrain of the Halali region. Their fur, which ranges from pale yellow to deep gold with delicate black spots, creates an almost perfect camouflage under the moonlight filtering through the mapani tree canopy. The average lifespan of a jaguar in the wild ranges from 12 to 17 years, making it one of the longest living big cats, as well as one of the most widely distributed. In Etosha alone, the density of cheetahs ranges from 1.3 to 9.8 individuals per 100 square miles, reflecting their stable presence and important role in the local ecosystem. Dense areas of vegetation with a diverse range of prey, such as halali, are exactly where leopards tend to gather in high numbers. As solitary hunters, leopards are mostly active at night. Unlike many other predators that often chase their prey over long distances, leopards patiently use an ambush strategy, hiding and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They can wait for hours on high perches or hidden in dense bushes, watching carefully and waiting for the moment their prey lets its guard down to launch a swift and precise attack, often ending with a fatal bite to the neck. After taking down its prey, the leopard typically drags the carcass up into a tall tree, sometimes as high as 20 feet, to keep it safe from scavengers or rival predators trying to steal its meal. This is a rare trait among other big cat species and highlights their remarkable ability to make use of vertical space. A clever combination of survival skills and energy-saving strategy. However, the leopard's perfect meal is often interrupted by the arrival of a terrifying guest, the most persistent and aggressive intruder in Africa, the spotted hyena. A raspy, broken laughter echoed through the night, like a subtle, mocking taunt, signaling the presence of the spotted hyena, the continent's most relentless hunter and expert scavenger. Although not as large as lions or as agile as cheetahs, spotted hyenas dominate their territories, thanks to their persistence, tight social structure, and remarkable adaptability, making them the most common carnivores south of the Sahara. Their weight ranges from 100 to 155 pounds, with females typically weighing about 15 pounds more than males. A trait that is rare among carnivorous mammals. With a sturdy build, an exceptionally powerful neck and jaws, and a coat of pale yellow fur covered in distinctive black spots, the spotted hyena is easily recognizable across the grasslands and bush forests of Halali. The teeth of the spotted hyena are among the most powerful biological crushing machines that nature has given. With a bite force of up to about 6,400 pounds per square inch, they can easily crush large bones, allowing them to digest bone marrow, hooves, skin, and even teeth. This ability allows spotted hyenas to make use of almost every part of a carcass, making them incredibly efficient natural recycling machines. They play a crucial role during times of food scarcity, especially in the dry season at Etosha. Although they are often seen as scavengers, modern research has shown that spotted hyenas are actually efficient hunters, with success rates reaching up to 67% in some populations. They typically hunt in small to medium-sized groups, working closely together to take down large prey. This demonstrates a unique and sophisticated collective hunting strategy that rivals those of other predators. It is the combination of hunting skills and scavenging habits that gives the spotted hyena its crucial role in the African ecosystem, helping to maintain balance and recycle nutrients within the wild food chain. At Halali, where herds of herbivores gather around the few remaining waterholes during the dry season, spotted hyenas take advantage of the rugged terrain to ambush their prey, or spend hours lying in wait for a chance to steal food from other predators. This clearly demonstrates their flexible strategy and opportunism, making them formidable predators in the wild. One of the most remarkable social characteristics of the spotted hyena is its rare matriarchal structure. A clan of hyenas can have more than 50 individuals, with females holding the dominant position and males ranking lower in the social hierarchy. Each pack controls a large territory which they regularly patrol and mark with their distinctive scent and calls to signal their presence. The characteristic laughing sound of hyenas isn't just a simple noise. It's a complex series of signals that communicate social status, emotions, and cues for coordination within the group. With a wide range across African grasslands, dry forests and semi-deserts from Senegal to Namibia, the spotted hyena has long demonstrated exceptional adaptability. In Etosha, especially in the Halali area, they maintain a stable population thanks to their flexible adaptation and the effective conservation environment of the national park. In this ecosystem, they serve as natural janitors, helping prevent the spread of disease by efficiently consuming animal carcasses. We often fear the harsh laughter of hyenas, but perhaps we forget that they are actually nature's silent doctors, cleaning up death to sustain life. It's not the strongest or the fastest who survive the longest, but those who know how to adapt and wait for the right moment. The unique matriarchal structure, cooperative hunting strategies, and remarkable adaptability of the spotted hyena make us wonder. Perhaps nature has always been a silent teacher, imparting lessons about resilience and balance. Have you ever changed your mind about hyenas after gaining a deeper understanding of their role? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to follow the Nature Moment channel to discover more amazing facts from the wild. In contrast to the noisy chaos of the spotted hyena pack, another nocturnal hunter quietly observes in absolute silence. From above, the spotted eagle glides smoothly across the sky, its wings as graceful as silk, without making a sound. The spotted eagle owl is one of the most widely distributed owl species in southern Africa, measuring about 18 inches in length. Their wingspan ranges from 39 to 55 inches, and although they weigh only about 1 to 2 pounds, not particularly large, they possess a host of remarkable biological advantages. The brownish-grey fur, interspersed with white spots and chest stripes, helps them blend easily into the limestone terrain and dry season vegetation of Etosha. The pale yellow facial ring and the bright golden eyes are extremely sensitive sensory tools that help with navigation in the dark. An owl's real ears are hidden beneath the feathers on either side of its face, while the tufts of feathers on top of its head, which are often mistaken for ears, are actually visual signals used to express emotions or warn of danger. During the dry season, as prey species restrict their movements and gather around water sources like Halali Lake, the spotted eagle owl adapts its hunting strategies to take advantage of these changes in ecosystem behavior. They rely on their ability to fly almost silently, thanks to the unique structure of their wing feathers, which allows them to approach prey with complete surprise and greatly increases their hunting success in challenging environments like Etosha. Through this, the spotted eagle is not only an exceptional predator, but also a testament to the remarkable adaptability of Africa's wildlife. The wings and tail of the spotted eagle owl not only help it maneuver skillfully in flight, but also muffle sound, allowing it to approach its prey silently and undetected. Just a quick dive from a low branch is enough to swiftly intercept rodents, small birds, or even reptiles and large insects with incredible precision. In particular, in addition to their sharp night vision, the spotted eagle owl's exceptional ability to pinpoint sounds makes them true masters of hunting. Their distinctive facial disc of feathers acts like a directional antenna, allowing them to detect even the slightest movements in complete darkness. Thanks to this highly efficient hunting system, the spotted eagle owl consumes a large number of rodents, playing a crucial role in controlling rodent populations, especially during the dry season, when the numbers of mice and other rodents surge and put significant pressure on already nutrient-poor plant life. Not only is the spotted eagle owl a silent predator, but it also displays fascinating defensive behaviors. When it feels threatened, it may crouch low, spread its wings wide like an umbrella for protection, raise the tuft of feathers on its head, and emit a hoarse hissing sound, creating a unique visual and auditory display to ward off predators. On the rare rainy nights during the dry season, we can witness a strange and beautiful sight. These owls spreading their wings as if bathing in the rain, as though they are deeply immersing themselves in the vast wilderness around them. A dark shadow suddenly drifted across the calm sky. Unlike predators that move with haste, or migratory birds that appear fragile, the lappet-faced vulture stands out with its calm and majestic presence in the skies over Halali. with a wingspan of up to 9.5 feet and an almost meditative posture. This is the largest vulture species in Africa. Their most distinctive feature is their bare, reddish-pink head and the large folds of skin called wattles that hang down on either side of the neck. These wattles help prevent bacteria from sticking to their skin when they bury themselves in decaying animal carcasses. The lack of feathers on their heads isn't a sign of weakness or illness. It's the result of millions of years of evolution, perfectly adapting them for their unique ecological role, handling animal carcasses that no other species dares to touch. Etosha, especially during the dry season when water and food become scarce, the lappet-faced vulture truly stands out thanks to its ability to spot carcasses from extremely long distances. When a large animal falls on the barren grasslands, this species of vulture is usually the first to arrive, with its strong, sharp, hooked beak ready to tear into the flesh of the carcass. It's not just a survival instinct, it's also part of the natural cycle that helps maintain ecological balance and prevents the spread of disease from decomposing animal carcasses. This is also clear evidence of the harmony and interdependence among creatures in this mysterious and wondrous wild ecosystem. In the world of vultures, the grey-headed vulture, one of the silent warriors of the wild, possesses an incredible ability. It can pierce through thick skin, muscle, tendons, and ligaments, making it possible for other scavengers to access the softer parts inside. Unlike their typically passive image, grey-headed vultures can strip all the meat from small antelopes in less than 20 minutes. Even more surprisingly, in rare cases, they actively hunt small prey such as birds, reptiles, mice, or fish, demonstrating a level of adaptability and boldness that few would expect. According to the latest data from 2024, the global population of the grey-headed vulture has dropped to only about 6,500 individuals in the wild, marking a severe decline over the past 2 decades. The greatest threat they face is secondary poisoning, especially when animal carcasses contain residues of pesticides or toxic chemicals. In addition, the loss of nesting habitats due to deforestation and the decline in populations of large mammals their main food source, have pushed this species even closer to the brink of extinction. Currently, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, has classified the grey-headed vulture as endangered, which serves as a critical red alert regarding its conservation status. In the Etosha Pan region, the lappet-faced vulture plays an irreplaceable ecological role. By quickly removing carcasses, they help minimize the spread of bacteria, viruses, and other pathogens that can threaten biodiversity as well as human health. There's no need for dramatic chases. These vultures play the final role in nature's life cycle, helping to keep the grasslands in balance. This is a task that isn't always recognized, but it's absolutely essential for sustaining life. At the same time, on the South African plains, the impala, a subspecies found only in the southwest region of Namibia, with the largest population concentrated in Etosha, tirelessly sustains its lineage through vigilant strategies and remarkable adaptation to the harsh, arid environment. Unlike the widely distributed impala antelope, the black-faced impala is easily recognized by the dark stripe running from its nose through its eyes and its deep brown coat with a mystical purplish sheen. They are larger in size and have darker colors compared to their counterparts in Eastern and Central Africa, a natural advantage that helps them blend into their dusty, sun-scorched environment. Unlike other antelope species that form large herds, impalas operate within a compact and flexible social structure, typically living in groups of 3 to 15 individuals. During the breeding season, they may gather in larger groups to protect their young from predators. Mature males usually live independently, only approaching the group of females during mating season before distancing themselves again. This behavior minimizes conflict and internal competition, a sustainable strategy that helps maintain long-term population stability. Years of research have shown that it is this very flexibility and cleverness that enable impalas to survive and thrive amid the harsh challenges of nature. More than 30 years after being reintroduced into the wild, the black-faced impala has demonstrated remarkable navigation skills and impressive adaptability in semi-arid environments by traveling as far as 19.6 miles from its original release site. Their journey isn't a vast, sweeping migration like that of larger antelope species. Instead, it's a subtle, seasonal movement as they carefully select small, favorable habitats to ensure their survival. This is a testament to the perseverance and remarkable survival instincts of this species of antelope in the harsh conditions of the wild. As of 2024, the global impala population is estimated to be only about 3,000 individuals, with more than half, approximately 1,500, living in the Etosha Pan Reserve, which is considered the primary and most successful conservation site for this species. However, the impala antelope is currently classified as vulnerable due to its limited range and the risk of hybridization with the more common impala species. Etosha Pan is therefore not only a safe haven, but also the world's largest official reserve dedicated to this subspecies, symbolizing Namibia's tireless efforts in conserving its native wildlife. Although it shares the distinctive black facial stripes, the oryx displays a demeanor that is completely different from the slender elegance of the impala. With its slow, steady gait, the Gemsbok stands out with its straight horns that can reach up to 4 feet long, making it one of the most striking antelope species in Africa. Their sleek brownish-grey fur, along with the distinct black and white markings on their face, legs and sides, allows them to blend perfectly into the sun-drenched, rocky landscape of the semi-arid desert. This is a perfect camouflage layer that protects against enemies and extreme environmental conditions. In the dry season, when soil temperatures can soar above 113 DGF and water becomes scarce, the Gemsbok once again demonstrates its remarkable self-sufficiency. They possess a range of unique biological adaptations that allow them to survive for weeks or even months without drinking water. In addition to traditional types of hay, when food becomes scarce, oryxes switch to eating roots and tubers, as well as desert fruits, like desert melons, which have a high water content. They can even dig as deep as 3 feet underground to find hidden water sources, a survival skill honed over thousands of years in the harsh desert environment. The physiology of Gemsbok is perfectly designed to optimize water retention. Their bodies can withstand internal temperatures of up to 113 DF each without sweating, a rare adaptation among animals living in desert environments. A special network of blood vessels in the nose, known as the rita mirabile, functions as a natural cooling system. It lowers the temperature of the blood before it reaches the brain, helping protect the brain from overheating while maintaining biological stability, even in the most extreme and scorching natural conditions. This is a testament to the wonders of evolution, as nature has endowed the gemsbok with exceptional survival skills that allow it to thrive and develop in the harsh desert environment. The central nervous system of the gemsbok antelope is perfectly protected from overheating. When night falls and the air cools down, gemsbok will release its stored heat without causing any loss of moisture in the body. This thermoregulation cycle is the result of millions of years of evolution, enabling them to adapt and survive in some of the harshest environments on the planet. Gemsbok antelopes are most active at dawn and dusk, when the temperatures are cooler, the light is softer, and predators are less active. What's remarkable is that when threatened, instead of running away immediately, they often stand their ground, face the danger, and lower their horns in a defensive stance. Their fierce gaze and resolute stance are so commanding that even the most seasoned hunters hesitate, intimidated by their imposing presence. In Namibia, the gemsbok antelope is not only a symbol of the wild, but also a national emblem, appearing on the country's coat of arms and reflecting the close connection between cultural identity and ecological heritage. With an estimated population of about 373,000 individuals nationwide, this antelope species has managed to survive thanks to a stable habitat and long-term conservation policies. In Etosha National Park, especially in quiet, secluded areas like Dolomite Hill and Olivensuurs, gemsbok antelopes live peacefully, maintaining their ancient behaviors in an environment that remains almost pristine and untouched by humans. As the shadows of the mopane trees stretched across the cracked earth, a dark figure with a thick coat of fur moved leisurely by, neither hurried nor drawing any attention. The brown hyena, one of the most mysterious and least known carnivores in Africa. Although it's mentioned less often than the famous spotted hyena, the brown hyena possesses a sharp survival strategy that makes it well suited for some of the driest and coldest regions on Earth. A thick, long, dark brown coat, a mane that stands up to assert dominance, sharp, alert ears, and ever watchful eyes create a portrait that's part wild dog, part desert phantom. Even though they may look wild, a lynx's fur plays an important role in insulation, helping them survive when ground temperatures can reach over 113 DEGF during the day and drop below 50 DEGF at night. The brown hyena is primarily a scavenger, but it is not a passive feeder waiting for leftovers. During the dry season at Dolomite Hill and Olivensuurs, when herbivores like the gemsbok or impala become exhausted from dehydration or heat and die, brown hyenas are often the first to arrive at the carcasses. Their keen sense of smell allows them to detect animal carcasses from a long distance, while their strong jaws are powerful enough to crush everything from bones to marrow, making the most of every possible source of nutrition. This is not only an effective survival strategy, but it also plays a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the harsh desert ecosystem. This information further reinforces the irreplaceable role of the brown hyena in the fascinating tapestry of biodiversity in South Africa. When the thigh bones of an adult antelope are crushed, it demonstrates the incredible strength of the brown hyena when hunting. But when prey is scarce, brown hyenas don't hesitate to change their hunting tactics, switching to small rodents, insects, ostrich eggs, and even water-rich watermelons in the middle of the arid desert, a precious source of hydration that helps them survive the harshest days. Another fascinating fact about this species of hyena is its vast habitat range, which can stretch for thousands of miles and varies depending on resource availability and competitive pressure. Beneath the soft golden sunlight and the enduring silence of the Dolomite Hills, the still silhouette of a brown hyena quietly moving across the rocky slope stands as a symbol of resilience and perseverance. Each step marked by a powerful will to survive. As the stifling days of drought gradually fade away and the first refreshing rains of the season arrive, Etosha National Park begins its rainy season, which lasts from November through April. A thin mist appeared over the salt flats, accompanied by strange movements in the distance. A soft pink streak glided by and then gathered into brilliant clusters across the muddy areas. That was the moment when the large flamingos returned. This species of flamingo stands between 3.6 and 4.9 feet tall, with a wingspan of up to 5.4 feet. It is notable for its pale pink plumage mixed with vibrant red wings and long, slender legs that resemble fishing rods. As the largest and most widely distributed species of flamingo in the world, they can be found throughout Africa, Asia, and southern Europe, with an estimated population of 550,000 to 680,000 individuals as of 2023. As a vast salt basin, the Etosha Pan comes alive for only a few months each year when the rainy season arrives. The thin layer of water on the lake's surface creates ideal conditions for the explosive growth of algae and plankton, food sources rich in special carotenoid pigments that greater flamingos absorb to turn their feathers pink. That vibrant color is further enhanced by oil secreted from a gland above its beak, allowing the bird to naturally shine and attract mates during the breeding season. The breeding cycle of the greater flamingo in the Etosha Pan is heavily influenced by unpredictable rainfall. They do not have a fixed breeding season and only lay eggs when water conditions are ideal. When there isn't enough rain or the water evaporates too quickly, the whole herd has to leave and search for a new area to survive. The migrations of flamingo flocks are like a vibrant symphony, illustrating the challenging and miraculous cycle of survival in the wild. When the first rains of the season refresh the Etosha Pan wetlands, a vibrant scene of untamed nature unfolds before our eyes. Large flocks of flamingos, Phoenicopterus, roseus, gather in this area, coming not only from surrounding wetlands, such as Walvis Bay to the west, but also from inland lakes in Botswana. This is nature's magnificent migration in search of the most ideal breeding grounds. In years with heavy rainfall, when water levels are high enough to prevent flooding, but still create ideal conditions for the abundant growth of algae, their main food source, flamingos, gather in massive colonies that can number in the hundreds of thousands. The synchronized display of courtship dances, steady wing beats, and rhythmic head bobs is not only a mesmerizing spectacle that attracts mates, but also a symbol of social cohesion, helping to maintain unity within such densely packed communities. Every time a flock of large flamingos descends on Etosha Pan after the first rains of the season, the vast salt lake suddenly comes alive, bathed in a shimmering pink glow, as if wrapped in a mystical cloak bestowed by nature upon this arid desert land. Have you ever been lucky enough to witness that magical moment when Etosha Pan transforms into a vibrant painting brought to life by a flock of flamingos? Please share your thoughts with us in the comments section below. Alongside the magnificent display of the flamingos, the scenery is further enhanced by the graceful and elegant presence of the great egret. Standing out against the pale grey sky and dark brown mud, the white stork appears like a quiet, gentle, yet vibrant streak of light, a symbol of fragile beauty that endures throughout the brief flood season in Etosha Pan. However, the greater flamingo is not a year-round resident of the Etosha Pan. It only comes here with the arrival of the rains, bringing with it the calm demeanor and slow-paced lifestyle characteristic of this bird that prefers tranquility. With a wingspan ranging from 4.3 to 5.6 feet and a flight speed of about 25 miles per hour, they move gracefully and expertly through multiple stopover points before reaching the shallow waters of Atoan. Standing still in the shallow water, the large-necked stork seems to blend into the surrounding landscape. That stillness is their most effective hunting strategy. Their sharp eyes and dagger-like beaks allow them to strike with lightning-fast speed. With just a quick snap, a small fish or a young frog instantly disappears down their gleaming white throat. The diet of the Asian openbiu is highly diverse, including fish, amphibians, aquatic insects, and crustaceans. Creatures that suddenly become abundant when the rainy season arrives. Although there is no exact figure for the amount of food consumed daily by each individual, studies have shown that the greater adjutant stork is capable of adjusting its foraging strategies flexibly, ranging from patiently waiting to quickly hunting, depending on environmental conditions and food availability. This is a testament to the remarkable adaptability of birds to the changing seasonal rhythms of this wetland area. The behavior of these bird species adapts flexibly based on the availability of food sources, playing an important role in controlling populations of small aquatic animals. During the rainy season, breeding conditions become most ideal. The long, silky feathers growing along the backs of white egrets fan out during courtship displays, resembling vibrant silk paintings gracefully flowing over the wetland. They build their nests in trees, usually mobane or camel thorn trees near the water's edge. Nesting in groups not only increases protection, but also forms a shield for eggs and chicks against potential predators. Etosha is not just a place to relax. It is also a land where wildlife comes back to life. However, climate change is making the rainy season increasingly unpredictable. According to a report from the Namibia Meteorological Agency, rainfall in many areas of Etosha from 2023 to 2024 was below average, significantly affecting floodwater levels and disrupting the ecological rhythm of the Atto region. Nevertheless, the constant presence of white storks here remains vivid proof of the park's enduring ecological value. A diverse and abundant habitat capable of attracting even the most selective migratory species. The white egret was once on the brink of extinction at the end of the 19th century, when it was excessively hunted for its delicate feathers, used in the fashion industry. But it was out of that crisis that the bird rose to become a powerful symbol of the conservation movement, chosen as the emblem of the National Audubon Association. A reminder of human compassion and our ability to make amends in our relationship with nature. The regular return of white storks each rainy season at Etosha Pan serves as a gentle reminder of the unbreakable bond between living creatures and the environment that sustains them. Wearing the same pure white plumage as the egret, the African spoonbill stands out with its bright red legs and its uniquely flat, wide, spoon-shaped bill. This bird adds a touch of grace and gentleness to the vibrant ecological picture of species that depend on the rhythm of the rainy season in Ato. Standing about 3 feet tall, the African spoonbill is a master of sophisticated adaptation to wetland environments. The long, flat, spoon-shaped bill is not only a hunting tool, but also an incredibly sensitive tactile sensor. Unlike many other water birds that rely mainly on their eyesight to catch prey, spoonbills depend on their sense of touch. It quietly glides through the shallow water, sweeping its beak from side to side like an arm, sensing its surroundings. The moment its beak lightly touches a small fish, an insect or an amphibian, its quick reflexes allow it to instantly capture its prey. This demonstrates the remarkable evolution of this bird species in exploiting a diverse range of food sources within a challenging ecosystem. A quick reflex is triggered instantly. The beak snaps shut with absolute precision, like a perfect hunting tool in the wild. This hunting strategy becomes especially effective in areas like the Atoan Lagoon, where the water is shallow, the mud is soft, and the current is weak. Ideal conditions that allow birds to use water ripples to detect prey. The dependence on wetland conditions has closely tied the African spoonbill's life cycle to the unpredictable rhythms of the rainy season. Unlike many other bird species that undertake long migratory journeys, this spoonbill prefers to wander, appearing and disappearing like a dance in response to changing rainfall, following the scattered rhythms of seasonal wetland. In the Etosha Pan region, the rainy season begins in November and lasts until April, bringing vitality to the wetland ecosystem. However, the breeding season of the African spoonbill falls at the end of this period, from April to May, when water levels have stabilized and food sources are most abundant. Each clutch usually contains 3 to 5 eggs. The newly hatched chicks have short, soft beaks that have not yet developed the distinctive spoon shape. After just a few weeks, the beak gradually develops into a sharp and sophisticated tool, becoming their key to survival in a dangerous environment. At Etosha Pan, the presence of the African spoonbill is not only a symbol of life, but also a positive sign indicating that the water sources are relatively clean, the flood levels are reasonable, and the aquatic food chain is healthy and balanced. As an intermediate predator, the spoonbill plays an important role in controlling the populations of small fish and bottom-dwelling organisms, helping to maintain the ecological balance of the salt marsh ecosystem during the brief but vibrant rainy season. Every rainy season, Etosha not only welcomes precious rainfall, but also becomes a place where nature is miraculously reborn. Each flock of birds returning is a testament to the resilience of life in this arid land. From flamingos to white storks, they all remind us that no matter how the weather changes, the instinct to survive always finds a way. In your opinion, what makes birds keep coming back to this place year after year? Please share your thoughts in the comments section. Nature Moment is always ready to listen. It's truly amazing that amid the bustling activity of waterfowl, another bird manages to capture everyone's attention with its irresistibly stunning beauty, the grey-crowned crane, a quintessential symbol of the magnificent wilderness of Africa. Known as the national bird of Uganda, the grey-crowned crane captivates people with its striking golden crest, pure white cheeks, vibrant red throat pouch, and its proud, graceful stride. Like a character stepping out of an ancient festival. Not only is this bird a symbol of nobility on the national flag, but it also represents elegance, harmony, and new beginnings. The grey-crowned crane belongs to the oldest group of cranes, originating from the Miocene epoch, millions of years ago. In particular, they have retained a rare trait, the ability to perch in trees thanks to their flexible hind toes, a feature that is almost non-existent in modern crane species. The grey-crowned crane primarily lives in wetlands, grasslands, and sun-drenched savannas, stretching from eastern to southern Africa. During the dry season, they tend to spread out over a wider area, roaming in search of water and food, demonstrating their clever survival adaptations to harsh conditions. Through this bird is not only a part of the ecosystem, but also a vivid testament to the resilience, beauty, and profound balance of Africa's wild nature. Most of these birds are local residents, migrating only short distances seasonally, especially in areas like the Etosha Pan, where life follows the unpredictable rhythm of sudden rains. And the water level just barely covers the grasslands without submerging their nests. The grey-crowned, short-billed cranes find ideal conditions to nurture a new generation and forage with ease. They possess an incredible ability to adapt to a diverse diet, ranging from insects, seeds, and roots, to occasionally small animals such as frogs or reptiles. With their short but sharp beaks, they gently pick and probe through the soft, damp earth after the rain, skillfully and efficiently taking advantage of each newly formed layer of mud. Outside of the breeding season, grey-crowned short-billed cranes gather in small groups or large flocks of up to 150 individuals, moving gracefully like waves of grey and gold, spreading across the vast grasslands. What's concerning is that in 2024, surveys recorded a significant decline in the global population of this crane species, with only about 29,500 to 36,000 individuals remaining, placing them on the IUCN's list of endangered species. The main reason the grey-crowned short-billed crane is facing the risk of extinction is the gradual loss of its habitat due to agricultural expansion, draining of wetlands, pollution from agricultural chemicals, and increasing conflicts with human activities. With their ability to survive in such harsh yet fragile environments, they are a vivid symbol of the delicate harmony between wilderness and renewal. The radiant beauty of the grey-crowned short-billed crane seems like a divine touch from nature. No words are needed. Its mere presence is enough to inspire profound admiration. Among species like the greater flamingo, great egret, African spoonbill, and wattled crane, which one do you think has the most striking appearance at Etosha? Please share your thoughts in the comments below. On the lush green grass that had just begun to sprout after the rain, the tall figure of the Angolan giraffe rose up like a living spine of the Dolomite Hills. As the largest giraffe species in Namibia, their long legs move slowly and gracefully through the remaining rain puddles, leaving faint, deep footprints in the soft mud. The Angolan giraffe is a subspecies native to southern Africa, primarily found in northern Namibia, including Etosha, as well as some areas in southwestern Zambia, Botswana, and western Zimbabwe. Although it is called the Angola species, and people once mistakenly believed it originated mainly from that country, in reality, its habitat range is much broader. An interesting feature of the Angolan giraffe is its distinctive skin patterns, which serve as unique identifiers. These markings help researchers distinguish them from other subspecies and also reflect the rich biodiversity of this pristine African region. The Angolan giraffe once faced the risk of extinction right in its own homeland, a story that deeply moved people's hearts. However, Thanks to dedicated conservation efforts over the past 2 decades, reintroduction programs have successfully rebuilt many populations in Angola. This is living proof of an animal's remarkable ability to make a comeback and return to the land where it belongs. The impressive height of over 18 feet of the Angolan giraffe, along with its neck that stretches nearly 6.5 feet long, makes it a unique biological marvel. Surprisingly, despite having an incredibly long neck, they still have only 7 cervical vertebrae, the same number as humans, but greatly enlarged in both size and strength. Their coat color, a pale desert sand yellow with irregular smoky brown streaks, creates a unique pattern that makes them stand out from all other giraffe subspecies across Africa. When sunlight breaks through the mopane bushes after the rain, that coat seems to blend seamlessly into the landscape, standing out while also harmonizing beautifully with its surroundings. It's a delicate balance between form and the wildness of nature. The rainy season in the Dolomite region not only marks a period of nature's awakening, but also opens up a crucial window of survival for the Angolan giraffe. With an average annual rainfall of only 12 to 20 inches, there isn't enough water to form deep marshes. But it's just enough to awaken dormant seeds and trigger the rapid revival of the ecosystem. Fresh, young mopane leaves and rapidly regenerating shrubs after the rain provide an abundant food source in the higher branches, where few animals are able to reach. This is the time when giraffes recover their strength after the harsh, dry months, building up energy for breeding and caring for their young. Unlike many other herbivores in Etosha, Angola giraffes do not migrate for hundreds of miles. Instead, they make seasonal movements within a smaller range, primarily based on changes in food and water sources. When vegetation is abundant, they can remain in elevated, cool areas such as Dolomite Hills, which help them avoid predators and access a variety of leafy plants. As the grass gradually dries up and resources become scarce, they will move to lower areas or seek out remaining water sources to survive. In the Dolomite Hill grassland ecosystem, the presence of the Angolan giraffe not only adds to the natural beauty, but also plays an extremely important ecological role. Their feeding on the upper canopy leaves helps regulate the density of the sun-blocking tree layer, creating favorable conditions for lower-growing plants to develop more diversely and healthily. Moreover, giraffes also serve as ecological indicators, reflecting the health and stability of this semi-arid ecosystem. Each step they take leaves a subtle mark on the food web, shaping and harmoniously sustaining the lives of many other creatures, such as predators and pollinating insects. It's hard not to feel the wonder in the story of the Angolan giraffe's revival. From the brink of extinction, to a vibrant symbol of resilience and harmony with the wild. Will the future continue to open up new horizons for this legendary creature? Everything depends on the strength of our conservation efforts and our collective determination to protect our natural environment. The wild landscape of the Dumite Hill Prairie comes alive with both visible and invisible movements, creating a vibrant and dynamic scene full of life. Alongside the tall, majestic presence of the Angolan giraffe, the appearance of the steenbok antelope creates a subtle contrast, highlighting the rich diversity of the natural world in this area. With its large ears always perked up to catch even the faintest sounds, and its sharp eyes constantly scanning every corner of the land, the steenbok antelope begins its familiar survival routine. Solitary, cautious, and patient, moving to the natural rhythm of the seasons on the grasslands. Standing only about 18 to 24 inches tall at the shoulder and weighing around 15 to 35 pounds, the steenbok is noticeably smaller than other herbivores living in this savanna. Its reddish-brown fur and strikingly bright white belly blend seamlessly into the patchwork of dry and lush green grass typical of the rainy season. Its tail is so short that it almost disappears into the surrounding. Only the males have straight, smooth horns that range from 3 to 7.5 inches long. Effective weapons for self-defense, but not used for showy displays or fighting like those of larger antelope species. The steenbok antelope lives almost entirely in isolation, coming together only during the breeding season. Each individual maintains its own territory, which can range from several dozen to several hundred acres, depending on the availability of food sources. Although small, this antelope has incredibly quick reflexes and a sharp survival instinct. When sensing danger lurking nearby, they will remain completely motionless, pressing their bodies flat against the ground like a dry leaf quietly blending into the green grass. If detected, they immediately spring up and dash away in swift zigzag patterns, skillfully using their small, agile bodies to outmaneuver and escape from predators. There have even been cases where individuals were observed temporarily taking shelter in abandoned avar animal dens, a vivid demonstration of their remarkable ability to learn and intelligently adapt to the surrounding ecological resources. The well-drained limestone terrain on the Dolomite grasslands of Dumite not only provides food, but also serves as a natural shield, protecting the steenbok antelope from environmental challenges and predators. Especially in an ecosystem where animals do not rely heavily on surface water, the rainy season is the ideal time for them to absorb moisture directly from the lush, green vegetation. Thanks to its unique physiology, the steenback antelope can absorb all the water it needs from fresh leaves, young shoots, and even fruit when available. When necessary, they can also draw nutrients from plant roots or mineral-rich soil to supplement essential trace elements, a remarkable example of their sophisticated adaptation to semi-arid environments. It is precisely at the turning point of the rainy season that the survival journey of this small antelope is enriched by the miracles of nature, as vitality and resilience are brought to their strongest expression. When a steenback antelope gives birth, after a gestation period of about 5.5 months, the female will deliver a single calf, which she carefully hides in dense bushes or low rock crevices. The newborn antelope remains almost completely still for the first few days, while the mother only occasionally returns to nurse and clean her baby, removing any scent that might attract predators. After about 3 months, when the young animal is strong enough, it begins to leave its hiding place and follow its mother, quietly and independently learning how to survive in the wilderness, which is full of dangers. The development of the young antelope during this stage largely determines its chances of survival, which is why the mother devotes all her energy to protecting and nurturing her offspring in the harsh wilderness. Beyond the dense mopan grass where young antelopes hide, the cheetah, the fastest land animal, waits quietly for its chance. With a slender body, long legs, a spine as flexible as a spring, a long tail for balance, and semi-retractable claws that grip the ground firmly, the cheetah is truly a perfect example of biological refinement designed to maximize speed. They can accelerate from 0 to 60 mph in just 3 seconds and reach a top speed of nearly 70 mph over short distances. For them, hunting isn't just about endurance. It's a race that demands perfect timing, quick reflexes, and exceptional hunting skills. It's Doomite. The rainy season creates ideal conditions for this predator to unleash its full power. The grass grew just high enough to conceal the ambush, but not so thick as to hinder visibility or slow anyone down. The main prey consists of small antelope species such as springbok and steenbok, which constantly roam in search of fresh patches of young grass. Every time they appear, it presents a potential hunting opportunity. Cheetahs typically use stalking tactics, getting as close as 300 feet to their target before making a powerful sprint. When hunting young animals or weaker individuals, their success rate can reach nearly 100%. But on average, it's only about 50%. represent, a figure that reflects the balance between precision and the challenges of the terrain. Although cheetahs are skillful hunters, they lack the size and strength to defend their prey from larger predators. Therefore, even after a successful hunt, they usually have only a few short minutes to eat before being forced to flee if confronted by a stronger predator. This makes the recovery period after each chase extremely important. A true race for survival, where speed comes with high energy costs and constant lurking risks. Notably, cheetahs display extremely flexible social behavior. Females mostly live alone and stay with their offspring only during the first 18 months to care for them. In contrast, males, especially those that are closely related, often form alliances in groups of 2 or 3 individuals. These groups share territory and coordinate hunting in a highly effective cooperative strategy, increasing their chances of survival in the harsh wilderness. It is this flexibility in their social organization that enables cheetahs not only to survive, but also to thrive in the highly competitive environment they face every day. These alliances not only increase their hunting success rate, but also help cheetahs protect valuable resources from fierce competition with other species. Normally, these groups will control the outer edges of the grasslands or areas around water sources, places where prey frequently passes through during the rainy season. The reproduction process of cheetahs happens quite quickly. The gestation period lasts from 90 to 95 days, and each litter usually consists of 1 to 6 cubs. However, the sad thing is that the survival rate of cheetah cubs is very low. Only about 10 to 20% of the young are able to reach adulthood, mainly due to predation by other species or harsh natural conditions. The surviving individuals carry nearly identical genes, because today's cheetah population is experiencing a genetic diversity crisis, a long-living consequence of a genetic bottleneck that occurred thousands of years ago. As of 2024, according to the IUCN Red List, cheetahs are classified as a vulnerable species, with a global population of only about 6,517 mature individuals. Namibia is currently home to the world's largest population of wild cheetahs. But these animals still face numerous challenges: conflicts with humans, shrinking migration corridors, illegal hunting, and various diseases. Their strong dependence on open grasslands and minimally disturbed environments makes cheetahs especially vulnerable to climate change and sudden shifts in landscape structure, posing a serious threat to the long-term survival of the species. The cheetah emerges as a symbol of biological perfection, where speed, timing, and instinct blend seamlessly in every movement. But at the same time, they also reflect the fragility of wildlife. On that vast grassland, silent and mesmerizing chases unfold endlessly, forming an essential part of Etosha's grand symphony, a composition of movement, life, and the delicate boundary between survival and extinction. Yet, within that very symphony, somber notes also sound, signaling the uncertain future of some iconic species. The rhinoceros, a symbol of nature's resilience and strength, is quietly disappearing from the vast landscapes of Africa. For decades, they have been relentlessly targeted by poaching because of the irrational value people place on their horns, which are associated with unproven medical beliefs. East Asia remains the biggest hotspot in the global black market for illegal rhino parts, continuing to fuel a crisis that threatens this ancient species with extinction. Official statistics released by the Namibian government at the end of January 2023 recorded a heartbreaking milestone. In 2022, 87 rhinos were poached, nearly double the 45 reported in 2021. This paints a grim picture, raising alarms about the uncertain future of rhinos in Africa. According to Romeo Muyunda, spokesperson for Namibia's Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, the alarming situation of poaching is posing a serious threat to rare animal species, especially black rhinos and white rhinos. In 2024, in just the first quarter alone, as many as 61 black rhinos and 26 white rhinos were poached, with most of these incidents taking place right in Etosha National Park, a renowned wildlife reserve and a vital lifeline for Namibia's ecosystem. This fact is not only shocking, but also urges us to deeply reflect on our responsibility to protect nature, as in just a short period, 28 black rhinos were killed for their horns, with 19 of them found in the Etosha area. Not only rhinos, but poaching has also shown signs of increasing, with 4 elephants being poached in 2022 alone. Every harsh, dry season, when the weather turns extreme and pushes wildlife to the brink of survival, Etosha National Park becomes both a safe haven and a dangerous hotspot, where life faces its toughest challenges. In response to this situation, the Namibian government has taken unprecedented and drastic measures. The maximum fine for illegal hunting of rhinos and elephants has been raised to $1,660,000, over 1,000 times higher than previous fines, and prison sentences have increased from 20 to 25 years. This is not only a stern warning, but also a strong affirmation that nature is no longer a legal grey area, but has become a precious asset under strict protection. In addition to tightening legal regulations, long-term conservation projects are being vigorously implemented. Among them, the project to build an ecological corridor connecting Etosha National Park with the Skeleton Coast has received a 50-year commitment and an annual budget of $1 million from the Landscape Heritage Fund. The goal of the project is not only to protect the key migration routes of giraffes, elephants and lions, but also to support sustainable livelihoods for local communities, those who share direct responsibility for preserving forests and conserving biodiversity. Technology also plays an increasingly important role in this effort. Elephants are fitted with GPS tracking devices to monitor their location and movements, while thermal cameras and an audio surveillance system are used to count the number of lions at night with unprecedented accuracy. All of these efforts serve as a profound reminder that nature does not only speak through the mighty roar of a lion, the sweeping wings of a flock of flamingos, or the heavy footsteps of elephants on parched earth. Instead, it is a silent yet earnest call, inviting us to become devoted and steadfast guardians of the natural world. Just as the words of the Bible have taught us since the very beginning, our responsibility is not merely to stand by as observers, but to actively engage with nature in the journey to preserve life. If you've ever had the chance to visit Etosha National Park, witnessed a black rhinoceros leisurely drinking water at Okaukweo, or marveled at flocks of flamingos soaring over the shimmering lake of Etosha during the rainy season, don't hesitate to share your experiences and insights in the comments below. Your stories not only inspire, but also provide motivation for ongoing conservation efforts that continue to spread, helping to preserve this magnificent ecosystem for future generations. Remember to like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss any exciting adventures on our journey to explore the wild. Let's join together to become loyal guardians of Mother Nature, telling the vibrant story of the harmony between humanity and the wild world. Let's continue our journey to explore the dramatic survival stories of wild animals in other regions. On the vast African savanna, the confrontation between lions and hyenas becomes an endless drama of survival. The lion, with its formidable strength and exceptional hunting skills, is a symbol of power and authority in the wild. On the other hand, hyenas are renowned for their intelligence, strong group cohesion, and remarkable perseverance, making them formidable opponents that should never be underestimated. The battle between them is not just a fight for food, but also a lesson in survival, about strategy, patience, and adapting to the harsh environment of the savannah. Next, we can't overlook the challenging terrain atop Mount Kilimanjaro, the roof of Africa. Here, living creatures must face harsh weather conditions, low temperatures, and thin air. Every creature here must possess special abilities to adapt and survive. Animals such as the alpine ibex and various endemic bird species not only search for food, but also have to cope with sudden changes in their environment. Exploring Kilimanjaro not only helps us better understand the power of untamed nature, but also allows us to appreciate the resilience and endurance of animals as they face the challenges of survival. As we follow each story of survival in the natural world, we witness not just life itself, but also the remarkable wisdom, resilience, and adaptability of all living creatures. Each land is its own stage, where the struggle for survival unfolds quietly, but no less dramatically. Behind every pounce, every bird in flight, are millions of years of evolution, a magnificent symphony between life and challenge. And that's exactly what makes every journey with nature not just an exploration, but a kind of magic that keeps us captivated. Thank you for joining us on our journey to explore the wild. Every land and every creature carries its own unique story of survival. A magnificent symphony of adaptation, evolution, and an intense will to live. If those recent scenes moved you or made you reflect, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the Nature Moment channel so you won't miss out on more amazing journeys ahead. Thank you for following along and being a part of the journey to connect people with nature. In the harsh savannah, where the sun scorches the earth and the darkness hides watchful eyes, nature shows no mercy, but it plays no favorites either. Here, every morning is a chance to survive, and every evening is a gamble with death. There are ambushes that unfold in breathless silence, and chases that stretch all the way to the horizon. There are lightning-fast attacks, and there are also fierce defenses that last until the very last second. On the savannah, power is seized in the mud, in blood, and through absolute patience. Before we begin this journey, let us know where in the world you're watching this video from. Leave a greeting in the comments so we can spread our love for nature across all distances. In the harsh wilderness, the pikabui, oxpecker, is not just an ordinary cleaner, but also an exceptional guardian for the giant creatures it lives alongside. When tending to wounds on the bodies of large animals, such as buffalo or giraffes, the pikabui not only helps remove dead tissue, but also helps prevent flies, which are always ready to join the endless feast on open wounds. With its keen sense of smell and hunting instincts, the pikabui kills insects attracted by the scent of blood, while also taking a small piece of flesh from its host. A minor trade-off that helps wounds heal faster and reduces the risk of serious infection. However, the role of the pikabui goes beyond just hunting insects and protecting health. In this highly competitive and dangerous ecosystem, it has also become a reliable alarm for larger creatures. Thanks to its keen eyesight and hearing, the pikabui can detect surprise attacks from large cats, such as lions and cheetahs. When they sense danger, the birds will emit warning calls or display signs of unease through their actions, alerting the herd of buffalo, deer, or giraffes to the approaching ambush. This allows the prey to quickly retreat, avoid deadly traps, and disrupt the predator's hunting strategy. Even so, the pikabui's warning isn't always enough to save the prey. In many cases, predators coordinate their attacks from multiple directions, surrounding their prey and leaving it with no way to escape. At that point, the pikabui had no choice but to leave its host, which was under attack, and look for a safer place. It was a terrifying scene that also revealed the relentless and harsh cycle of life on the African savanna. Each day, the pikabui embarks on a new journey, searching for large animals that need its help to survive in the harsh wilderness. Although its small size makes the pikabui vulnerable to many threats from surrounding predators, such as hyenas, snakes, or powerful birds of prey like hawks and caracaras, it never stops fighting for its survival. Passing through long days soaring over the grasslands, caring for and protecting certain animals from open wounds, it still has to remain highly alert, safeguarding itself from ever-present lurking threats. The indispensable presence of the peekaboo on the bodies of large animals has created a remarkable symbiotic relationship, where each member contributes to the balance and protection of wildlife. Far away on the prairie, herds of large elephants stride powerfully across the grasslands, weighing up to 22,000 pounds and crushing everything beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the life of the peekaboo revolves endlessly across that vast expanse, caught between danger, survival, and relentless duties, all of which contribute to making the African savanna more vibrant and harmonious than ever before. This is one of the clearest examples of the deep connections between species in the complex, fiercely competitive, and realistic world of the wild. With skin up to 1.2 inches thick and 2 sharp tusks over 3 feet long, African elephants are truly the mighty kings of this vast wild world. When those giants entered the scene, the vast grasslands seemed to tremble, and the birds immediately took flight, knowing exactly what was about to happen. Despite their massive size and formidable natural weapons, African elephants choose to live peacefully and avoid conflict as much as possible. It can be said that their status as the largest land animals on the planet has helped them avoid many problems from other predators. In the chaotic and fiercely competitive world of the grasslands, elephants skillfully use their massive bodies to stay out of harm's way. Under the blazing sun of the grasslands, even fearsome predators like lions or leopards, no matter how deadly, are powerless when faced with these living mountains. Even more fascinating, these elephants aren't just trying to survive, they've chosen to live peacefully, leisurely nibbling on leaves from scattered acacia trees, a rare and tranquil sight in the wild. However, an elephant's life isn't always peaceful. Sometimes, danger comes from ambitious predators. Even though a baby elephant can weigh up to 330 pounds and is a tough target for most predators, in the vast grasslands where food is becoming increasingly scarce, fierce prides of lions never pass up an opportunity to hunt such prey. Packs of lions hunt together, hiding and waiting for the perfect moment to attack their small and defenseless prey. In the midst of the pride of lions trying to hunt, the baby elephant had almost no chance of escaping, and the lions secured a full meal for the whole group. Meanwhile, the mother elephant, after an arduous pregnancy lasting nearly 22 months, had to witness her little baby being taken away from her in the most heartbreaking way. That tremendous loss is not only a biological one, but also a profound pain that the mother elephant simply cannot accept. After the baby elephant's death, The entire herd performed a simple yet meaningful memorial ritual, during which they covered the calf's body with leaves. This is not only an act of respect, but also a reflection of the deep emotional bonds among members of the herd. A sign of a complex and compassionate elephant society. This loss simultaneously awakens a fierce protective instinct, preparing for the next battles when predators reappear on the harsh and dangerous grasslands. In the vast expanse of the African savanna, a mother elephant gently caresses the memory of her little one with her long trunk. The space was filled with a tense silence because, as people say, an elephant never forgets. But this time, that memory was not just a lingering worry. It had become a burning fire of hatred in the hearts of the giants. Fueled by an intense thirst for revenge, the herd of elephants charged into the fierce battle, wielding their massive tusks like spears and aiming straight at the ruthless enemy who had taken their child. Throughout the chaotic and tumultuous battle, even the king of the savannah couldn't withstand such a fierce onslaught. Even the sharpest claws cannot penetrate the thick, tough skin of giant elephants. In that fit of rage, the mother elephant satisfied her fury and avenged her beloved child, but the pain of her loss could never be healed. They lost an important member, but the herd still had to continue their long journey across the vast grasslands. This time, they carried with them a stricter sense of protection against the unknown. After a long journey under the scorching African sun that seemed to turn green grass into blazing flames, the herd of elephants finally reached one of the few places with fresh water, a rare gift from nature. An adult elephant can drink up to 66 gallons of water a day. And these water sources are a precious lifeline in the midst of the barren wilderness. The mother elephant couldn't help but think about her little one, who enjoyed refreshing baths in the cool water every day. However, nature always maintains a delicate balance. In just a few seconds, massive crocodiles with thick, armored hides can suddenly burst out of the water to hunt their prey. But don't think that these predators can recklessly pose a threat to giant elephants, weighing up to 22,000 pounds. This is an uneven confrontation. The crocodile has no choice but to either let the herd of elephants roam freely in its territory, or risk its life facing a single stomp that could snap its spine like a dry twig. Despite those dangers, the rulers of the savanna waters remain vigilant and constantly prepare for their perfect hunting plan. With their imposing armor of bony scales, long whip-like tails, and jaws powerful enough to crush bone, crocodiles are formidable warriors in the lively, fast-moving waters of the savanna. No enemy has ever walked away from that battle without being wounded. The wildlife here is a daring symphony, where pain and life intertwine, creating a majestic yet unforgiving natural landscape. Every creature must stand strong and fight to survive in this harsh land. For most creatures daring enough to venture into the vast waters, the African crocodile is the very embodiment of death. This ruthless reptile, measuring over 13 feet long, is the undisputed ruler of the Southern River, where it proclaims itself the absolute king of the vast savanna waters. Hundreds of thousands of wildebeests, on their great migration, are preparing to make a life-or-death move, crossing this raging river. After long and arduous journeys beneath the scorching sun and through harsh jungle rains, their thirst for new lands, lush green meadows and pristine wetlands, guided them onward. But the final challenge is the river, where ruthless predators lurk. Crocodiles with thousands of years of survival experience have an intimate understanding of every movement in the water and every trembling step of their prey. They patiently lie in wait, watching for the perfect moment to spring their trap with their powerful razor-sharp teeth. At first, when thousands of hooves pounded firmly against the ground, the resounding noise seemed to signal the arrival of an impending storm. Near the riverbank, the air grew stifling, and the tension reached its peak. The antelopes could sense the danger clearly. Their legs suddenly trembled, and none of them wanted to be the first to plunge into the treacherous waters. Now, quiet breaths blend with the sound of waves crashing, and groups of antelopes gather, their eyes fixed on the lush green hills across the river. Meanwhile, beneath the murky water, only cold, watchful eyes are visible, as crocodiles silently observe the feast about to unfold. And then, the inevitable happened. The first antelopes lost their caution, slipped, and plunged into the deep water, signaling the start of a great battle. Hundreds of antelopes hesitated, then all at once leapt into the pitch-black water where crocodiles lay in wait, ready to strike with deadly bite. Although they are outnumbered, nothing in the water is as ferocious as these crocodiles. Each crocodile's victory is marked by the instant death of an antelope. They drag their prey into the depths of the river, where the cold water finishes the rest of the battle, drowning. Even though the stretch of river is only a few yards long, the price to cross it is far too steep for the creatures on this journey, for survival. The vivid scene of the battle between the wildebeest and the crocodile on the African river is not just a story of life and death, but also a testament to resilience, strategy, and the relentless struggle for survival in the harsh wilderness. For hoofed animals, those raging waters are not just vast rivers. They are perilous territories, where every inch they step holds the hidden threat of fierce crocodiles lurking beneath the surface. In the ongoing battle for survival, the number of animals surrounded and left drifting in the cold water can reach hundreds, even thousands. That staggering toll of bloodshed casts a somber mood over the entire scene. However, through every hardship, those who remain resilient become the victors. Thousands of wildebeests braved strong winds and rushing waters and finally made it to the other side of the river. There, stretching out before them, were endless green fields, a vast paradise of grazing land, promising them an abundant source of life in the months ahead. For the lucky antelopes, this harsh river crossing is a testament to their unwavering resilience and marks a turning point in their quest for survival. But the tragedy didn't end there. The unfortunate antelopes, torn apart at the bottom of the river, are vivid proof of the brutal struggle for survival that nature imposes. It was an unprecedented disaster, turning what once seemed like minor bodies of water into a source of overwhelming fear. In contrast, the crocodiles are now well fed, indulging in a lavish feast right in the cool water. A luxurious life, yet still embraced by the protective arms of their pristine environment. Despite the countless losses, every surviving antelope felt like a winner, carrying an extraordinary sense of pride and resilience. But don't celebrate too soon. Just as the generosity of the rainy season creates lush green grasslands for them to rest temporarily, when the harsh dry season arrives, they'll once again face a terrifying challenge. The journey across this fierce river, where hungry crocodiles lie in wait, ready to strike and claim the lives of entire herds. In reality, although crocodiles pose the greatest threat to herds of antelope during river crossings, the water itself is just as unforgiving. The current is fierce and deep, sparing no one. Only the strongest swimmers can make it across without being swept away, unfazed by the constant threat of the savanna's most fearsome predator in Africa. The antelopes that aren't eaten by crocodiles eventually get swept away by the river, becoming a valuable food source for other highly efficient predators. Amid the chaotic sounds of life and death, I suddenly realize nature is not cruel, but rather ruthlessly fair. A place where life always comes at a cost. The wildebeest's fierce river crossing is not only an epic tale of survival, but also a reminder of the silent sacrifices behind every victory. Something people often overlook when they see success. To Nature Moment, we believe that nature is the most magnificent portrait of courage and resilience, a source of lessons in overcoming adversity, not only for all living beings, but also for each of us on our journey to maturity. Perhaps after all, survival isn't reserved for the strongest, but for those who are persistent, adaptable, and constantly able to adjust in the face of countless lurking dangers. Are you impressed by the migration journey of the antelope herd? If you agree, leave a comment with the number 9 and share your thoughts. A prime example is the white-backed vulture, one of the silent killers in the cycle of survival. With a wingspan of over 6.5 feet and a beak as sharp as a knife, the white-backed vulture takes pride in its ability to seize opportunities and benefit from meals without having to exhaust itself. For this bird, a free meal is truly the best meal. Their motto might be, while others are mourning, we're selling handkerchiefs. A reflection of the pragmatism and harshness of life on the African grassland, where strength and opportunity always go hand in hand in an endless struggle. Fierce battles for survival take place constantly across this vast grassland. And it is creatures that may appear ordinary, like the white-backed vulture, Gyps africanus, that serve as nature's cleanup crew, swiftly disposing of animal remains within just a few minutes after life has ended. Soaring across the sky with its distinctive appearance, the vulture is not just a symbol of death. It serves as a harbinger of doom, signaling the end of life for any creature still dwelling on that endless prairie. When powerful predators set their sharp gaze on prey, white vultures are often the first spectators to witness that brutal battle for survival. Although they are gluttons who will stop at nothing for food, vultures know very well that when faced with these ferocious predators, there's no chance of competing for food directly. That's why they always patiently wait for leftovers after the king of the hunt has had its fill. During the harshest times, when the sun scorched the earth and nature withheld water and food, death became so common that thousands of lives were lost. This is truly paradise for white vultures. Every time they spot an animal carcass, it's a powerful signal for the whole flock to come and feast. In just a few short minutes, the army of vultures will turn that place into a symbol of disappearance, leaving behind nothing but the memory of life that once was. The vulture's haste doesn't come solely from hunger or thirst, but also from an incredibly keen survival instinct. They know that they're not the only ones who depend on carcasses to survive. A serious challenge awaits as the race against a host of other opportunistic creatures begins, the moment the prey disappears from sight. In this feast lineup, alongside the vultures, there are also formidable predators, such as spotted hyenas, crocuta crocuta, falcons, and especially black-backed jackals. Tough, indispensable hunters. Black-backed jackals, Canis mesomelus, relentlessly circle around unfortunate carcasses, becoming fierce claimants in the harsh struggle for survival on the savannah. They approached from multiple directions, all joining the lavish feast at once, making the vultures visibly displeased as their piece of the pie was being shared. But that's the harsh law of nature. If you're not quick to get your food, you'll have to accept going without. Standing less than 16 inches tall and weighing only about 26 pounds, the black-beaked jackal may be small, but it is a formidable competitor in the harsh game of survival. The vast grasslands are fierce and competitive, a place where every living creature must seize even the smallest opportunity to survive. The story of the white vulture and its fellow predators is not just about death and decay. It's a symphony blending life and death, instinct and strategy, set in a vibrant, ever-challenging wilderness. Nicknamed cunning predators, with a compact size similar to German shepherds, African wild dogs always know how to seize every opportunity, no matter how small, in the wild. When a large animal carcass appears, a rare gift from nature in such a harsh environment, jackals don't hesitate to fight for the rich, fatty meat, even if it means going up against greedy vultures. But what's remarkable is that they don't just fight individually. They coordinate their actions seamlessly with the entire pack, demonstrating an extremely effective strategy for hunting and competing for food. The survival of jackals depends not only on their strength, but also on their natural cunning. With their incredibly keen sense of smell, they can detect the scent of fresh meat from a great distance, quickly leading the entire pack to the feeding spot. When their movement on the ground is limited, and they're usually not the first to reach a carcass, they're forced to use clever tactics to reclaim their share, constantly biting and tearing during tense group feasts with the flock of vultures. However, life in the wild isn't always a feast of large carcasses. During times of food scarcity, jackals adapt flexibly, becoming clever omnivores who balance eating both meat and plants. They can eat fruit, grass, and a variety of other plants as a smart survival strategy, even though they're not particularly enthusiastic about this change. Clearly, a delicious piece of meat is still their top choice. However, when necessary, this flexibility helps them endure and survive in harsh environments. In particular, thanks to their small size and agility, these predators are a real nightmare for smaller animals in the ecosystem, such as mice, squirrels, shrews, flightless birds, and the vulnerable young of antelope species. By doing so, they not only protect themselves, but also maintain the natural balance by controlling the populations of smaller species, helping the ecosystem remain stable and develop harmoniously. Black-necked jackals are not only intelligent predators, but also living proof of nature's remarkable adaptability. Their journey of hunting and survival is always a blend of tension and opportunity, of triumph and challenge, creating a vivid and dramatic portrait of African wildlife. It is their intelligence and adaptability in survival strategies that have made jackals one of the most admirable animals in the symphony of the wild. Under the absolute control of professional predators, these tiny creatures are not only a delicious meal, but also provide high nutritional value for the entire pack. Interestingly, instead of hunting each animal individually, these jackals choose to join the feast, created by the brutality and ferocity of the big cat. This is a wise survival strategy, as it both conserves energy and ensures a stable food supply. Even more surprisingly, jackals often live near lion prides, and these kings of the savannah don't seem bothered at all by their presence. Even when prides of lions go hunting, jackals know that a meal is guaranteed, as long as they skillfully sneak a portion for themselves without causing trouble. This is a wordless yet effective form of cooperation. Could it be considered a special type of symbiosis between species? Unlike lions, which are tolerant, some other species are not so easygoing when it comes to jackals encroaching on their territory or food. For example, when it comes to leopards, the solitary and powerful predators of the African savanna, having a jackal encroach on their meal is a serious offense that must be paid for with death. The leopard, with adult males weighing up to 200 pounds, has razor-sharp retractable claws like box cutters and a deadly bite, striking fear into any prey that catches a glimpse of it and sending them fleeing in panic. Unlike other big cats that live in prides, the leopard is the embodiment of absolute solitude in the wild, unwilling to let any of its kind witness the brutal acts it is about to commit. Loneliness not only helps it avoid having to share its food, but also makes its presence even more terrifying to other species. For although it can hunt large prey, in reality, leopards do not limit their ferocity to just big animals like antelope or young elephants. It spreads terror to every creature in the ecosystem, from tiny beetles to mammals like rock hyraxes, hares, and even large antelopes. Each leap of the leopard strikes like a ruthless bolt of lightning, keeping the African savanna in a constant state of unease and playing a vital role in maintaining the harsh yet fascinating ecological balance of this land. In the harsh and unforgiving wilderness of the African savanna, even cunning predators like jackals must stay wary of a more formidable opponent. When hunting, jackals often chase after smaller prey, but it's only when they come face to face with a ruthless and experienced predator like a leopard that they truly have to reconsider their next move. The leopard, known as a cold and intelligent killer, is unlike other predators that relentlessly chase their prey. Instead, it carefully plans its traps, lying motionless in the dense canopy of the savanna like an undetectable phantom. Covered in a brilliant golden coat, adorned with black spots resembling rosettes. Leopards possess exceptional camouflage abilities, allowing them to approach their prey within just a few yards without being detected. This makes it a perfect predator, patient and thoroughly prepared for each of its ambushes. When the moment arrives, after lying silently for hours, this ruthless predator bursts forth with astonishing speed, charging at its unsuspecting prey. The leopard doesn't waste time on games. It aims its sharp claws directly at the prey's vulnerable neck and uses the power of its jaws to clamp down, taking its life in just a few seconds. Once its massive fangs have sunk deep into the victim's neck, any attempt to escape death becomes utterly futile. It was a thrilling fight for survival every second, and the leopard's agility and strength dominated the game. But a successful hunt isn't just a personal victory. It's also another challenge, protecting the hard-earned meal from other predators and lurking reptiles like hyenas, jackals, vultures, and even lions. Understanding this, the leopard knew that in order to keep its prize, it had to move quickly and choose a safe place to hide it. And there's no better place than beneath the towering trees on the vast grassland. As a professional hunting skill, their exceptional climbing ability and remarkable strength allow leopards to easily drag heavy prey, such as impalas or gazelles, up into tall tree branches, keeping them out of reach from scavengers. There, the meal is securely protected, enough to keep it full for several days in a row. After finishing its defense of the precious meal, the leopard retreats once again into the quiet camouflage of nature's backdrop, continuing its mysterious, hidden life in the savannah. Every day on the African savannah is a series of challenges that can determine the very survival of the creatures living in this fiercely competitive world. And the clouded leopard, with its elegance and exceptional strength, is one of the living symbols of intelligence and vibrant vitality in the wild. The greatest enemy of the leopard is its own kind. After a successful hunt, the leopard must always stay alert and vigilant for the appearance of any uninvited guests within its own territory. With over 500,000 individuals living together on the African savannah, clashes are anything but rare. In fact, they've become a part of daily life. When these two mighty beasts face off on the battlefield, the atmosphere becomes tense and suffocating. Other animals, such as mammals and even birds, scattered in panic, not wanting to witness the brutal fight or accidentally become victims themselves. The battles between leopards are not just simple showdowns. They are fierce, one-on-one clashes where each animal uses its razor-sharp claws and powerful jaws to tear its opponent apart. These terrifying battles often last for hours, reflecting the brutality of this solitary beast. The main cause of these clashes is usually competition for a large prey, or for the right to mate with the most attractive female in the area. After hours of intense struggle, there is usually only one victor who proudly stands his ground, while the defeated quietly retreats, battered and deeply wounded in both body and honor. The victor not only becomes the dominant leader in leopard society, but also an endless source of fear for anyone who dares to trespass on its territory. The leopard, a silent yet powerful predator of the African savanna, not only strikes terror into its prey, but also teaches us profound lessons about patience, intelligence, and the will to survive. In every precise pounce lies a silent strategy, where silence itself becomes the most formidable weapon. Do you think that in modern life sometimes we also need to learn how to lie in wait at the right moment, just like these leopards? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Nature Moment always values perspectives from nature lovers. Just a few miles south of the vast grasslands, there is a large herd of animals that have long suffered at the harsh hands of nature. The gazelles. Their choice to make the African savanna their home also means that their lives are far from peaceful. As a favorite prey of large predatory cats, antelopes constantly face the harsh and dangerous traps of survival. Faced with being hunted by numerous predators, they can only protect themselves by living in large herds, with dozens of individuals. Gathering in large groups allows them to remain alert around the clock, making it much easier to spot predators from a distance. Even so, the wave of danger seems never-ending, keeping the antelopes in a constant state of extreme tension. They had to learn how to manage their health in these circumstances, sleeping less than an hour a day, a habit that science says is a blend of sheer survival and chronic insomnia, brought on by relentless pressure in a high-risk environment. Sacrificing sleep is how they stay alert and ready to react to any sign of danger. Despite their small size, gazelles remain resilient and determined to survive in the ever-changing, unpredictable wild. As dawn breaks, the herd of gazelles stirs gently, like leaves in the morning mist, beginning their journey in search of food across the vast grassland. The gentle sunlight brings hope that lions, cheetahs, and other fierce predators are still fast asleep under Morpheus's warm blanket, giving these herbivores a chance to peacefully nibble on tender grass shoots, leaves, seeds, and acacia bushes. Precious food sources during the savanna's unusually wet summer. The soft sound of footsteps and rapid breathing echoed through the vast space, as if inviting an intense chase to unfold. Even with thousands of miles of lush green grass beneath their feet, gazelles can never let their guard down. In the blink of an eye, deep crimson stains, like spilled blood, can color the vibrant plains, a stark reminder that life and death always go hand in hand here. Whenever they become engrossed in enjoying nature's feast, cunning predators like lions, cheetahs, leopards, and hyenas lurk in the shadows, waiting to launch a spectacular attack. Fortunately, Mother Nature has gifted gazelles with incredible speed, allowing them to reach up to 56 miles per hour within the first few seconds. This remarkable burst of speed gives them a miraculous chance to escape the deadly claws of predators. But hunters know very well that in open spaces, antelopes are unbeatable when it comes to speed. That's why they plan carefully, using ambush tactics and the element of surprise to give themselves the upper hand for a successful hunt. The moment the alarm sounds, the herd of antelopes immediately scatters across the grassland. The slowest ones, usually at the back, are often the first to die, turning the chase into a breathtaking drama of survival. Speed isn't always everything. It's the predator's persistence that truly matters, as they can launch multiple attacks throughout the day, relentlessly hunting until a weakened prey no longer has the strength to resist. Under the vast savanna sky, the story of survival between predator and prey unfolds again and again, creating a wild symphony full of power and emotion. A testament to the constant ebb and flow of this breathtaking wilderness. On the vast grasslands of Africa, life is in constant motion, where every second is an intense struggle for survival. Gazelles don't usually drink water often, but a cool sip in the scorching midday heat is essential, especially when they have to race under the blazing sun all day long. However, in the harsh world of the grasslands, rest is a luxury, especially when you're a small prey animal surrounded by lurking terror along the seemingly peaceful edge of the marsh. From those swamps emerge fierce predators, the hunters of Africa, who are willing to do whatever it takes, even risk their lives, just to get a delicious bite of antelope. As their herd grew smaller, the gazelles had no choice but to keep searching for ways to survive in a land filled with danger. Their lives, though full of challenges, are the destiny they must accept, where every step is a test of their fragile existence. But life on the grasslands isn't just about small prey. Just above the calm waters of the river, where fierce crocodiles devour their meals, giant creatures like hippos display their majesty in their own unique way. Weighing over 8,800 pounds and reaching lengths of up to 16 feet, hippos are the third largest land mammals, surpassed only by the massive elephant and the imposing black rhinoceros. This shows that crocodiles are not actually the true rulers of the rivers on the savannah. The real king is the hippopotamus. Hippos spend most of their time gently floating on the water, often with only their eyes poking above the calm surface. Although that image makes many people think that hippos are master swimmers, the reality is quite the opposite. They can't swim or float on water like other predators, and they also can't breathe underwater. Instead, hippos use the tactic of walking along the riverbed, relying on their strong, sturdy legs to move. When the current is strong, they can hold their breath for up to 5 minutes to avoid being swept into deeper waters, then return to their familiar, quiet spots. In contrast to the constantly hurried and stressed antelopes, hippos enjoy long, deep sleep. With their massive size, they can sleep up to 10 hours each night, along with 3-hour naps during the day. Their massive size and overwhelming strength give them the right to enjoy peaceful rest right in the heart of a fiercely competitive wild ecosystem. Through this, hippos are a vivid example of the diversity and richness of life on these vast grasslands, where every species finds its own way to survive and thrive. Imagine you are the owner of a cool, safe swamp in the midst of a world teeming with bloodthirsty predators. For giant creatures like hippos, there's no reason for them to leave their kingdom just to find a place to take a nap. Indeed, hippos have a unique habit of sleeping underwater, thanks to a remarkable unconscious reflex that allows them to float to the surface even while in a deep sleep. This ensures they can rest fully while remaining in complete control of their natural environment. As the sun gradually sets below the horizon, these giants begin their search for food, creating a scene that is both peaceful and full of hidden strength. Although their large canine teeth can reach up to 20 inches long, and their bite is 3 times stronger than a lion's, which might easily lead people to mistake hippos for fierce carnivores, the truth is actually the complete opposite. These powerful creatures are completely herbivorous, favoring grasses, leaves, roots, and even fruit. As the third largest land animal on Earth, the hippopotamus needs an enormous amount of food to stay healthy and can eat up to 110 pounds of plants each day. They spend most of the evening immersing themselves in the wilderness, enjoying meals as an essential part of life, closely connected to their survival instinct. The nighttime lifestyle of hippos isn't just a way to avoid deadly predators. It's also a sophisticated strategy to protect their exceptionally sensitive skin. A hippopotamus's skin is more than 2 inches thick, making it resistant to bites and scratches. However, it is also extremely vulnerable to the harsh African sun. Therefore, they choose to hide in water or mud all day long, staying away from the scorching sun, and only leave their shelters to hunt for food when night falls. This tough, spiky skin acts as a shield, helping them avoid the attention of most formidable predators on the grassland. In reality, those intense encounters with packs of coyotes or dozens of big cats are usually organized like a battle. But hippos are rarely considered prey. That doesn't mean their lives are completely easy. Although hippos typically live in large groups of up to 200 individuals, their social environment is a dramatic battleground, where testosterone runs high and fierce fights break out, as each one struggles to maintain its place in the herd. Therefore, behind that majestic and peaceful exterior lies a relentless natural battle, reflecting the intense vitality and survival instincts of one of the most powerful creatures in the African wilderness. In the wild, power struggles are not uncommon, and they often ignite from a fierce drive, the competition to dominate the herd or the right to pursue females. Imagine powerful creatures colliding with each other, their massive heads slamming into the muscular bodies of their opponents, combined with dagger-sharp fangs. The sounds of roaring, growling, and countless other cries echoed all around the river, as if warning everyone of the ferocity of the battle. These fights can sometimes be so brutal that one of the males is seriously injured or even killed in the life or death struggle. But failure also means the end of threats within the group, and the winner becomes a symbol of strength and courage, making no individual dare to challenge the top position, at least for a long period of time. Instead of engaging in fierce conflicts, they formed peaceful communities, relying on complex cave systems to protect one another from enemies. Like the Vericoso wild boar, meerkats, also known as surrogates, see every crevice in the ground as a safe haven, a place to cleverly evade the predators that are constantly lurking in this perilous land. Their cave systems are built with incredible sophistication, strong enough to withstand even the most intense attacks, allowing these tiny creatures, each weighing less than 2 pounds, to stay out of reach of large predators. The survival of these tiny meerkats always depends on their unity. A community can include up to 40 individuals, each taking on an essential role to maintain balance and protect the organization. Unlike massive hippos, meerkats only leave their burrows during the day to search for food. And as the sun begins to set, they return to their warm underground homes. Although they may look gentle, like typical herbivores who love to nibble on fresh leaves or grass, meerkats actually have a strong passion for meat, a rare craving in the world of such small creatures. They are always ready to hunt insects and small animals for food. This demonstrates the diversity and complexity in the ways animals adapt to survive in the harsh and challenging conditions of the wild. Although they are just small creatures, meerkats have become a source of fear for many other small animals across the vast desert. They don't try to hunt giants like antelopes or elephants. Instead, meerkats choose to rule over the world of insects, spiders, centipedes, and even unsuspecting little birds. During their daytime excursions, they weave through every gap in the leaves and dig through the undergrowth to gather food. Anything that gets in their way can become a target, as long as they aren't attacked by predators first. Life in the desert is never easy. When the whole meerkat group goes out to forage, there is always one member assigned the important task of standing guard. This role is not simply about giving warnings. It is also the key to the survival of the entire group. In the blink of an eye, these eagles can swoop down and attack the weakest members of the herd. Therefore, the guard must remain extremely alert, not only keeping an eye on the sky, but also watching all directions, because danger can come from the land as well, such as wild beasts like jackals that are always lurking nearby. When the hunt begins, meerkats enjoy a feast that includes everything from crunchy insects and crustaceans to tiny centipedes. If these creatures are quick and clever enough to avoid being spotted by the agile mongooses, the sharp alarm call of the guard rang out, signaling an imminent threat. Immediately, the whole flock scattered and rushed back to their nest, the safest place in this entire wild world. But retreat tactics are not the only method they use when faced with danger. Whenever a meerkat mob feels threatened near their den, a remarkable display of unity unfolds. They immediately rush to surround the enemy, standing upright to appear much larger than they actually are. From the tiniest youngster to the fully grown adults, they unite like a living wall, making even predators hesitate. This unity has often forced vicious predators to flee in panic, losing their resolve in the face of collective strength. This is the valuable survival lesson that nature has given us. When we stand together, we become invincible. After surviving fierce battles, the meerkat returns to its home, where safety and peace are ensured through every night's sleep. But when night falls on the vast grasslands, it always brings with it other dark tales. When darkness covers everything, it's also the time when the wild begins its brutal and fierce hunts once again. At this moment, compassion seems to have no place. Only lives struggling to survive in a harsh, unforgiving world remain. The meerkat and its group continue to fight with a burning hope for a safer and more peaceful tomorrow on that harsh desert land. When night falls, predators take advantage of the darkness to carry out their most brutal acts. By the time the sun rises, casting its light across the vast prairie, the traces of the nightmare that some species had to endure finally become visible. Although there were no direct witnesses, the lions, the kings of the African savanna, with their noticeably full, rounded bellies, naturally became the prime suspects. They are famous for their habit of hunting at dawn in the mist, and all the evidence clearly points to them as the hunters. However, in this lawless land, these powerful predators are given an invisible license to unleash their cruelty on all the inhabitants of the territory without having to face any consequences. As a born member of the grassland royalty, the lion sits majestically atop the food chain, striking terror into every creature that dares to stand in its way. Their dominance and power are undeniable, putting countless other creatures in a constant state of threat. Meanwhile, nature seems to have bestowed tremendous potential upon this area, making it an ideal place for life to flourish. But no, if facing a single fierce lion is already a difficult task, then confronting an entire pride lying in wait to hunt is an unimaginable challenge. Many species on the grasslands, when surrounded, choose to end their suffering rather than prolong their agony. Let's talk about these ruthless predators, lions. These creatures rule over territories as large as 115 square miles, always displaying their bravery as a shield. They often choose to live near massive herds of wild livestock, where endless green grasslands stretch out as far as the eye can see. This is a paradise for dozens of species, such as antelope, zebra, buffalo, and many other large hoofed animals. These fields, with their lush green grass, are like a lavish banquet, always ready and waiting, offering an enticing menu for the pride of lions. The primary role of the dominant male is to protect the territory from intruders, while the females serve as the main hunters. Although this division of roles may highlight the image of men as protectors, in reality, lionesses are the most skilled hunters and warriors in the entire pride. When the pride of lionesses leaves the den to hunt, no animal can consider itself safe. With their strength and large numbers, the elite lionesses always demonstrate exceptional hunting skills. This makes it incredibly foolish and extremely dangerous for an antelope to be grazing in the territory of that pride of lions. Even though it was once a tireless running machine, the antelope will still find it hard to escape the merciless death brought on by the lion's insatiable hunger. Under the brilliant sunlight of the savannah, the harsh drama of survival unfolds relentlessly, marking the unspoken balance of nature between life and death. In the harsh and unforgiving world of lionesses, hunting is never as simple as relying on brute strength. This is a story about sophisticated strategies, seamless coordination, and patience down to the very last second before the deadly hunt begins. The lionesses silently approach their prey with gentle, deliberate, and purposeful steps, as if they are performing a dramatic play in which every movement is carefully calculated to avoid arousing the prey's suspicion. They attack from multiple directions, surrounding their victim so tightly that there's not even a glimmer of hope for escape. With just a single signal, the chase erupts instantly, spreading terror throughout the herd of wildebeest. In that chaos, there are always individuals left behind, unlucky zebras who become the next targets of the hunt. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a large female lion, weighing over 220 pounds, lunged forward, attacking its prey's neck with claws as sharp as blades. Even if the victim tries to struggle and escape, it is quickly surrounded by other members of the hunting group. This seamless and relentless teamwork turns the hunt into a life or death arena, where a single precise bite to the neck is enough to suffocate the prey within minutes, providing a hearty meal for the entire pack. Although the lionesses are the main workers, handling everything from identifying and surrounding to attacking prey, power in their world ultimately belongs to the dominant male lion. When the prey is brought back as a gift presented right to him, the king of the jungle simply offers gentle praise to the persistent huntresses and asserts his status by taking the most prestigious seat at that wild banquet. Only after the alpha male has eaten his fill are the lionesses allowed to enjoy the fruits of their labor, savoring the choicest cuts of meat after hours of exhausting pursuit. And in the undeniable hierarchy, the lion cubs, the future generation of the pride, only get what's left after the adults have had their fill. At the end of this meat-filled meal, the pride of lions quickly retreated to the shade, lying down to rest with their bellies full, a vivid testament to the female's success in her role as the top hunter. Each lioness worked tirelessly, consuming up to 15 pounds of meat each to ensure her family always had enough to eat. However, as night falls and the pride of lions drifts into a peaceful sleep, far off on the vast grasslands, a mysterious figure quietly approaches. The arrival of this stranger will pose new challenges, awakening an ongoing hidden battle in the natural world. A world full of allure and constant danger. Will the pride of lions be able to hold on to their throne, or will a newcomer shatter this fragile peace? That wild story is still unfolding, full of surprises and drama that keep people glued to it. The invader, ignoring every warning sign expressed through thunderous roars and threatening postures, is about to challenge the reigning leader and shake up the herd with a bold and decisive coup. This stranger clearly knows why I'm here, and he doesn't hesitate at all to challenge the king, the alpha lion. The fierce battle for the throne of the savannah begins, where only one can survive and rule forever. In this life-or-death battle, the male lions use their razor-sharp claws to slash through every opponent, inflicting deep wounds to gain the upper hand. Moreover, their strong teeth are not afraid to aim straight for the opponent's neck, a highly sensitive area, in order to quickly end the fight. After a long and exhausting match, the stranger seemed ready to assert his new dominance, bringing an end to the old reign and establishing a kingdom of his own. In the wild, life always comes at the expense of another's suffering, a harsh lesson about the true cost of survival. The cruelty of nature makes us appreciate even more the compassion and kindness that people show to one another. Observing animals is also a way for people to reflect on themselves. That no matter how strong we are, it is compassion that truly sets us apart. If you find this video interesting, please hit the like button and subscribe to Nature Moment so you won't miss out on any amazing nature stories. The flock of vultures began circling in the sky, as if signaling that the fallen king's fate was about to come to an end. This young and powerful lion brought the match to a close, declaring the beginning of his new and ruthless reign. However, as we will see, establishing the new regime was anything but smooth. The new, powerful alpha must ensure that its bloodline continues to thrive within the pack. This means that it is necessary to make room for new, younger individuals. The new dominant male has no choice but to eliminate the offspring of the previous leader in order to trigger the female's estrus cycle, ensuring that the next generation will be loyal to him. The lionesses that have gone through the transition period understand the harsh reality of the situation, so they try to hide their cubs far away from the pride. However, the alpha shows no mercy. Using overwhelming strength to impose its will, eliminating the previous leader's offspring, and forcing the others back into a state of reproductive readiness. That is the most ruthless yet pure essence of the wild. New life is born from death and destruction. Although the male lion stands as king today, ruling over the vast grasslands, life in the wild is always harsh, and time shows no mercy. Just as today it establishes its reign through domination and violence, tomorrow there will surely be another young, ambitious, and powerful lion who will challenge its authority. And he too will show no mercy to the king or his descendants. In the Lion Kingdom, the red-eye rule is inevitable, especially when a pride is in the process of forming and going through a challenging transitional period. One of the first challenges that young lions have to face is being surrounded and attacked by hostile forces from the outside, threatening the survival and stability of the pride. From there, we can gain a deeper understanding of the harsh cycles, the fierce struggle for survival, and the relentless battles that unfold in the majestic wilderness of the African savanna. On the vast prairie, the true enemies are none other than the pack of hyenas, their eerie, haunting laughter echoing across the land. For the kings of the Serengeti grasslands, they are a constant source of obsession. There's an unspoken rule. Whenever a pride of lions makes a kill, hyenas are sure to show up and demand a share, because they're among the most skilled predators and scavengers in the wild. Although hyenas may not look very appealing and somewhat resemble wild dogs, they are actually much more closely related to the cat family in terms of genetics. In other words, they are more closely related to their number one enemy than they are to dogs. In the wild, unlike the social structure of lions, where the pride is led by a dominant male, hyena clans are ruled by powerful females who serve as queens and control the entire group, which can number in the hundreds. Being the boss of the pack is no easy task. It's a position of great power, but it also comes with countless challenges. Rivals constantly emerge, seeking to seize power. Therefore, the dominant female hyena must assert her strength through fierce displays of power, maintaining her position by combining physical prowess with strategic intelligence. As long as they succeed, the next generation will inherit their legacy, creating a dynasty of hyenas that lasts for many generations. Although they are often labeled as scavengers that feed on the remains of other animals, hyenas are actually skilled hunters, ready to join the hunt to provide for the entire clan. When hunting, the entire group coordinates their actions like a skilled army, similar to how prides of lions organize their attack. Lions are famous for their ability to plan carefully, take advantage of the terrain, and attack from multiple directions. Meanwhile, hyenas excel at using group strength and overwhelming their enemies with sheer numbers. Unlike lions, which use their sharp claws to take down prey, hyenas rely on their incredibly powerful jaws, with a bite force strong enough to crush hard bones, a deadly weapon that easily finishes off their victims. When dozens of hyenas charge at a panicked prey, its fate is sealed from the very first moments of the hunt. Once they've made the kill, hyenas are not just opportunists, they are resilient warriors of the savannah, demonstrating perfect adaptation in a fiercely competitive environment. The survival of hyenas on the savannah is a testament to the complex and diverse balance within the natural food chain. A never-ending battle between life and death, power and cunning, and the light and darkness of the In the wild world of the African savannah, the rule of first come, first served prevails ruthlessly, especially when it comes to dividing food among predators. Notorious predators like hyenas, some of the most relentless killers, are known for their ferocity. Although they hunt a wide variety of animals, when there are too many mouths to feed, they tend to prioritize larger prey. Because these large prey animals not only provide enough meat for the whole pack, but also minimize the risk of stressful competition. When a hunt is extremely successful, and the whole clan of hyenas is satisfied, the story takes on an interesting and surprising twist. Female hyenas, much like wild leopards, often take advantage of opportunities to carry away leftovers to save for tougher times. But don't think they'll climb trees like leopards, because hyenas don't have any climbing skills at all. They can only drag the excess back to their nest, which is usually an abandoned burrow of another species, a safe and warm shelter deep in the forest. What makes hyenas truly special is their independence. They can even hunt large hoofed animals like antelopes or buffalo until they are completely full. But when a pride of lions, the kings of the wild, has taken down a large prey, hyenas won't hesitate to join the feast at an incredibly low cost. At that very moment, out on the vast grasslands, fierce clashes broke out between large groups of predators, as hyenas tried to snatch a tasty share of the lion's hard-earned prey. The media often glorifies lions as unbeatable kings, but in reality, it's often these big cats who invade hyena territory, relentlessly chasing after any chance to snatch a meal. Andronas pyrantius, and of course, hyenas, tough and fierce warriors, will never give up easily. These struggles made peace on the grasslands a rare occurrence, and the battles between the two sides became an endless cycle, accompanied by heavy losses of life and blood. At the heart of these fierce clashes is often the battle for ownership of a powerful African buffalo, a creature that can weigh up to 2,200 pounds and is a legendary member of Africa's Big Five club, alongside the lion, elephant, leopard, and rhinoceros. The wild buffalo is not only a valuable prey, but also a powerful symbol of the untamed wilderness, commanding enough respect to make any predator think twice before confronting it. And in the midst of that life or death struggle, the wild buffalo is not just a source of food, but also a measure of strength and resilience for the entire vast grassland. The mighty creatures of the harsh grasslands, much like many other large herbivores, African buffalo typically travel in large herds, constantly searching for areas rich in vegetation to nourish their powerful bodies. Unlike their relatives with similar features, such as the gnu, these giants are not frequent migrants, but instead have a stable home range. However, when water and food become scarce, they are willing to embark on a journey in search of a new life, just as other giant inhabitants of the savannah persistently do. The massive size of the wild buffalo puts them almost out of reach for most predators, allowing them to live a discreet life and avoid fierce confrontation. But when prey becomes scarce and a large herd of buffalo blocks the hunter's path, the predators won't hesitate to face that major challenge. A single wild buffalo can feed an entire pride of lions for several days, tempting even the boldest predators to take the risk. In addition to the powerful lions, known as the kings of the savannah, buffaloes also face formidable challengers like crocodiles and hyenas, both of which are tough opponents. Even though predators have demonstrated their ability to hunt in packs and strike fear into many hoofed animals, those warriors with massive horns and jet-black coats as dark as night never become easy prey. Although their temperament is generally calm, these giant creatures won't hesitate to fight back when given the chance. Fully aware that they live in an ecosystem filled with tension and danger, buffalo herds typically move in a tightly organized formation. The strongest and largest bulls stand on the outer edges of the herd, shielding the calves and females who stay inside, out of reach of formidable predators. This defensive strategy makes hunting much more difficult for daring predators that want to add them to their menu. But the real miracle began when the buffaloes shifted from defense to offense. After the initial attacks by the big cats, the defensive formation collapsed, and the massive buffalo giants rose up like fierce warriors, using their sharp horns to fight back against their enemies. In those fierce counterattacks, the predators quickly became prey, forcing the lions and hyenas to flee in desperation and panic. Just one encounter with those razor-sharp horns is enough to make anyone realize that a buffalo is never an easy target for any predator. Here, in the relentless rhythm of survival on the grasslands, the ongoing battles between massive creatures and cunning predators create a vibrant symphony of life. Anyone who witnesses these scenes can't help but marvel at the resilience and fierce will to survive of the African buffalo, the silent kings of the vast savannah. One of these giants can, in an instant, strike fear into both a pack of cheetahs and even the most hardened scavengers. After a spectacular display of strength, the predators have probably learned a lesson they'll never forget. All the wild buffalo escaped danger and leisurely made their way toward the wetlands to drink. They understand that these waters are teeming with lurking alligators, so they're always cautious and do their best to avoid exposing themselves to this potential threat. However, if a bold crocodile dares to attack a member of the herd, the group's first reaction is to use force to eliminate the threat. Even so-called armored monsters like crocodiles can't escape the wrath delivered by the sharp, sturdy horns of the wild buffalo. And if horns alone aren't enough, the powerful hooves and sheer weight of the buffalo can come crashing down directly onto the heads of crocodiles, the rulers of the waterways in this vast savanna. Although most of the time, herds of wild buffalo travel in large groups to avoid being hunted by predators, there are still some individuals that prefer a solitary life. And that's when they are most vulnerable to relentless carnivores. Especially, although the defensive tactics of buffalo are notoriously difficult to break through, out on the wild grasslands, nothing is ever completely certain. Many young or weak individuals ultimately become unfortunate losses, and quite a few predators often appear at the same time to compete for this precious meal. Not far away, another bloodthirsty predator was silently watching its next prey. Cheetahs are predators, with cool, calculating minds and sophisticated strategies, meticulously stalking peaceful antelopes as they graze. Thanks to their extremely sharp vision, they can spot prey from a great distance, giving them valuable time to plan their attack and gain the upper hand by surprise. The cheetah is naturally gifted with a perfect camouflage coat, allowing it to disappear completely among the sparse vegetation of the savanna. Unlike other predators, this species of cheetah is much slimmer and more agile, which is why it chooses a solitary lifestyle to survive. When food runs out, simply sitting and waiting for your children to bring some back is not an option. With a quiet, deliberate approach to each step, the cheetah gets ready to make a sudden burst. No matter how agile they are, antelopes can't escape once a predator is determined. The cake balances survival amid the sharp, gritty interactions of the wild grassland, continuing its endless motion. As the hunt begins, a breathtaking scene unfolds across the vast grasslands. A whistle sounds, the signal, and the fastest land predator charges forward like the wind, chasing after the agile antelope. The cheetah, also known as the African hunting leopard, can accelerate from 0 to 62 men in just 3 seconds, a burst of speed that amazes everyone. In the blink of an eye, it reaches a speed so fast that the antelope becomes disoriented and can't react in time. The cheetah's lightning-fast speed lasts for only about a minute, just long enough to bring down its unlucky prey and turn it into a nutritious meal for this solitary hunter. However, victory isn't truly secured until the prey is actually inside the cheetah's stomach. Because survival in the African wilderness is a relentless battle, where the rising threat of scavengers increasingly jeopardizes the hard-earned rewards of the world's fastest cat. Knowing this, after each successful hunt, the cheetah quickly drags its prey to a hidden spot in the shade, keeping it away from aggressive scavengers like hyenas, which are always lurking nearby to steal their meal. Without the support of a pack, a cheetah becomes an easy target for hyenas. Wild animals renowned for their tenacity and ferocity on the grasslands. The story of these four-legged inhabitants of the wild serves as a wake-up call about the importance of conservation. It also highlights the need for society as a whole to come together to protect our precious natural resources, ensuring that nature remains a safe haven for future generations. Although wild animals struggle day and night to survive, it is human impact on ecosystems that is the main cause of the alarming decline in their populations and the severe destruction of their habitats each year. The wild natural world, though seemingly powerful, is still heavily impacted by the boundless greed of certain people. This has led thousands of extraordinary creatures to fall into the cruel hands of poachers, regardless of the heartbreaking consequences for the amazing friends we share our planet with. Although the current situation looks bleak, hope is not lost. In particular, wild animals in Africa are not alone in this harsh struggle for survival.